make sure this thing's up. It's not too bad, really. It's not that hard to stay awake when you're just sitting in a chair all day. Although,
Much respect, man.
I probably need to have a good stretch. Connecting.
Yeah, I know you're probably gonna hear some of the most basic questions from me because, I'm just not a trader, to be honest with you.
That's
I'm
right.
a science guy that got into trading like a year ago, so I'm still trying to figure it out. But, I've learned more than I've ever known before, just just from the things that you've put up on YouTube and things like that. So much respect, man.
I'm a guy that can't even seem to find his own live stream. Where did he go? I suppose if I just mash the back button enough, right?
Yeah, give it a shot.
Oh, there it is. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah. I think I'm live.
Wait.
Got one viewer. I'll just double check. I've got your voice coming through. Just say something there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, cool. Got volume bars, so you should be good. Oh, Neil's in. Cool. Looks like people are rejoining. Who would have thought you can't
Amazing.
stream for more than 12 hours? Well, they don't hold.
I think only you can.
They don't save your video. Apparently, YouTube don't save your video if you go for more than 12 hours. So you just got to keep breaking it
Oh,
down.
snap.
Oh, well, 8 hours a pop, little breaks in between, living the dream. Yeah, fire away.
There you go. Yeah. I guess I'll just start off by saying that I don't really do any perp trading just because of the risk of it, and
Yeah.
I don't really have time, I guess,
Mhm.
for like to put that energy in to see the charts at that level.
Mhm.
So my biggest thing is like I trade spot and I do it at a higher time frame.
Yep.
However, the issue that I've been like having lately is like I'm just getting confused with all the time frames, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
because I see like one time frame can say one thing and then another can say another, and then
Mhm.
obviously like you see the moves on the higher time frame, but I mean like it's such a big time frame that that move is going to take a while to take place.
Yep.
So it's like, okay, in the meantime, what am I doing, right? Like, am I gonna like stay out of this trade or should I get into it? So I guess my first question is, for someone that trades the high time frame
Mhm.
and they use spot,
Mhm.
like what should be my systematic kind of breakdown of like, okay, these are the ones that are important that I should focus on, and just like, okay, this is how you keep it simple, rather than trying to see, every single play that's happening right now.
Well, you'd probably look at weekly, monthly, daily. I wouldn't bother too much outside of weekly, monthly, daily if you're just trading spot.
Mhm.
It kind of depends a wee bit on how much time you have. It's actually more about how much time you physically have. But
Mhm.
if you're looking at a daily trade, you could be waiting several weeks, for it to fully play
Okay.
out. If you're looking at a weekly trade, you could be waiting a couple of months for it to trade out. If you're looking at for a monthly trade, you could be waiting, longer again. Um, Also, if you're trading spot, you're only really going to be trading one direction. So that's another side of it. So at the moment, you'd probably be on holiday, to be fair.
Yeah, yeah.
You wouldn't want to be doing too much right now at the bottom of a range, unless and that's kind of where perps trading at the moment does work, or spot trading if you have a bit more available time, works as well. But I
Mhm.
I would be more or less just in and out of everything right now. So moves that you could have done on spot would have been things like the 4 month hold on BTC. That would have been
Mhm.
the type of thing, and you would have been in that for, I don't know, a while. Let's have a look. So you just want to look for really big time frame, high conviction, um, spot entry 60,000, first TP 67, second TP 79. That was a trade I took on spot. And you probably, well, sorry, you wouldn't have shorted. So outside of that, right now, you're probably not going to be doing too much, because your next real big areas are probably going to be when we strike the 50s or lower, unless we can get a trend. Because at the moment we don't really have a high time frame trend to break, and until we have a high time frame trend to break, you're probably not going to see much of a reversal on the bigger side of it yet. But yeah, you just, what time frames would I look at? Monthly, weekly, daily. You could probably just take spot moves on any daily hold that exists until we reach the bottom, and certainly anything bigger, but I don't think we have that many left. BTC. And the ones we do are pretty small. So you've got like you got a weekly origin down here. You could buy that with spot. And it may be, this might be the hold now that it's creating. If we end up going up, rejecting, coming down, and engulfing to the downside, then the 60k level here is probably the weekly hold that will end up getting created to bounce from that weekly origin back up to that hold. So that could be a spot buy. Might take a couple of weeks.
Got it. Is it okay if I interject at times?
Yeah.
Or
yeah, sure.
I mean, sweet. Yeah, like right now the trade I think I got stuck in with is the 12-day. I think I took the origin, and I'm waiting for the 109.
Let's see.
Like, can you break down how that failed, I guess, or it's currently,
Yeah.
whatever, it's more on the downside, I guess.
Let's have a look. So on BTC? No, 109.
No,
you mean Sol. You mean Sol.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Tired.
I know, dude, I know.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so 12-day. So did you take this level here at 98?
I think it's in the 80s or something. 90, yeah, 98, and there was one in 80. I think it was like an origin or something.
So 98, it went through the origin, and then it came back up and looks like it retested it from the backside and rejected. So what was your entry? Was it higher up again?
Yeah, I think I had like an 80 something entry. It was off 12 or 13, like it was one of those, like it was
Was it a hold?
Yeah.
Like an 80 an
I think it
83 entry?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. 83 sounds familiar.
So the 83 looks like it played out. So it might have just been that you just didn't TP in time. So the minimum move for the 83 would have been up to 87. It looks like it's hard to tell just looking at this from on a high time frame view whether it went up or down first, but this candle here would have definitely gone down into the hold, bounced up. It got to the second level and then it hit the break level and rejected at the break level. So if this was a trade that you'd taken on spot, then entry anywhere around 83, first TP at 87, second TP at that break level, because you got a 50% chance that break level becomes an origin, which it did. It ended up reverting and going down. So that would have been kind of just a case of holding it probably a bit too long. It ended up rejecting off this back here, and to a lesser degree this, but it's kind of that is the level that it was hunting at. So there would have been a trend, just looking roughly at those candles, so that's probably not helpful. Let's see what that was. Yep.
Yeah, see that now.
So it ended up looking like it to get stuck under that trend. No. So pretty much what got you was entry was fine. First TP, second TP. That would have been good. When it came back down and created this hold, problem with that hold was it created this trend and that hold at the same time, went up into the hold, rejected off the hold to break the trend, and then got stuck under the body of this hold, and then rejected to continue down through the bottom of the hold. So you're probably going to end up getting out of that if it breaks this trend, and then potentially comes back up from there. A few ifs, you've got a couple of levels to get through. 76, 75, they're going to be. Did you take any profit on that? Are you still in it?
No, I didn't. Unfortunately, not. I don't even know what I To be honest with you, the only thing I remember was an origin, and I was going to take origin to an origin. Obviously, after seeing this, I can see like no, it's if the like if this is the time frame I use, I obviously fumbled it because yeah, I should have TP'd a lot earlier. But
I
yeah,
mean,
I just
it did blast through that origin. There's not really. As soon as that happened and it closed underneath there, then
yeah.
you would have had to have looked for some other means of bouncing, which
I guess that's a question right on the fly. So you see how it blasted through that origin,
yeah, I'm just
right?
looking to
Like if
see
I
what that even hit.
yeah, like if I did take that trade off that origin, thinking that okay, it's gonna bounce there, and it just blasts right through it. I mean, what's a way I can kind of just be safer on my entries in that case? Do I wait for the candle just to finish, or
Yeah, you could wait for it to close. You could watch it on a lower time frame just to see. Okay, hold on. That's not what the trend was at the time. The trend was that at the time. Oh yeah. So the trend basically was crossing over with that origin at the time, and it went down under that trend. So it was probably not going to be able to get back up once it was down below there. But it did find something that it bounced off, which looks like this. Yeah, here it goes. So straight through under there, through the trend, broke the trend, went back up. If you'd entered on that, you would have exited here at the backside
okay?
of that when it did the retest. And then your next sort of, and this is if you want to get a bit more tricky with your trades, your next entry would have been this first touch of the downsloping range trend that was created here by that candle, which is technically classed as a close inside the hold, even though it really went through it. That creates that trend, which created that bounce. And at the moment, it's pretty average bounce, but it is looking like it's going to try and break that trend. If it closes up, it will come back up to try and test these levels. Unfortunately, these levels are still going to be there and they're going to be in the way. So it may not get back up to your entry. It's got to get through all that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could take the
like I'll
risk
be
of
waiting
actually,
quite a bit.
yeah, I mean, you could take the risk of adding and then bringing that down and then trying to take out of it. But you got 9
Yeah.
days, 9 days to go on that candle, so a lot can happen in 9 days. It could even come straight back up above those trends in 9 days, and then you probably will get out of that position. But it's yeah, that one just, there must have been something much bigger than a 12-day going on at that moment.
Would the monthly pick that up or no? That there's something bigger going on, or it might not.
Yeah, there'd be. We could probably figure it out. It actually just looks like a really big deviation. These are some of the signs as to why this could technically be a bottom. Just things like accumulation under a level like this quite often does signal that you're going to then travel back up. But there would have been, let's have a look. So tested holds. So this was not very helpful. So it hard closed and lost that range trend. And then it did a bit of a sweep of the top side of it to grab the liquidity and dump back down. So this candle and this candle are big ding dong warning bells. So that's one sign that it was probably going to go deeper, but that's not really why it went through that level. It's just got to be something bigger that it rejected off. So got stuck inside that hold. So that pushed it right through there. Okay, and it already bounced off that. So that's pretty much what caught it, the looks of it. Only to travel back up and just reject back through it on the retest. Yeah, that's.
So when I see stuff like this, is it more so like, okay, yeah, this is not the time frame right now that's like at play. There's got to be something else going on because this thing's just getting killed.
100%. So
yeah,
you want to look at the plays, particularly when you're spot trading and you're only going to be trading one direction, and we are rejecting some stuff at some pretty big time frames. You kind of want to look for really big stuff that you're actually heading down into. And you've also got to figure out exactly what is rejecting you. And this is where things like the CSV data sheets are quite helpful, because you could filter them by time frame, see what shorts are open, and that will give you an indication of your downwards pressure, like what your actual sell pressure is. And then you'll know what to look at, because if you've got a monthly move pushing down, you can get bounces on a 12-day, but ultimately it's going to take a monthly level to actually really stop it. And that's kind of why the 4-month level, on BTC was such a good level. There really wasn't anything that was going to stop that from bouncing. It was going to bounce, but even then, it still only did like a 50% retracement, of the range before it moved back down again. So you've got to look at something Just gonna have a quick look and see what massive levels are around here in Sol.
And actually, if you can go over that CSV, the way you look at it, to see what
Yep.
kind of moves are at play, that'll be cool.
Okay. We can do that now.
Sweet.
Except it's out of date by one day because I was on this 24-hour live stream, so I forgot to update it today. Whoops.
I think we'll give you a pass on that one.
Yeah, thanks. I probably won't update it tomorrow either because I think I'll be asleep.
Yeah, you deserve it, man.
Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can zoom in. I'm good.
Okay. So, first thing we want to do is we want to look at entry timestamps or minimum obligation moves. So, go to minimum obligation, and they're all shorts. So, that's the first really bad sign. And some of those you can see are really big, like 641 day shorts that want to go to $6. So these won't necessarily get to $6 because they might run into some kind of hold level or some kind of trend, but you've got some big sell pressure on here. These two, which are sort of a bit more normal time frame, they're still trying to get down to $42. You got 35, 51. So until we really get into some longs and then get out of those holds. So if we look at what longs we've actually entered, come across here and just go entry timestamp for longs. And ones that we have not exited, sort these. So you just want to sort them by your entry price. Okay. So we're digging down into these. And we've got shorts outstanding, but there's a decent balance of longs that all started around the 80s. Couple of noticeable issues like that 35-day, which probably closed inside the hold, I'd say, at that price. So we'd want to check that out and just see. Yep, straight through it. So that's a front side move that just flipped. And so that's now going to create a short hold. But it did stay above 68. So this is the kind of thing that could push it back up into 70 or back up to the body of that hold. Because it hasn't actually created a range. It may stuff around down here for another 35 days. Could even go down for another 35 days, but it's that's pretty bearish flip. Levels like these back here and some of these through here would be the ones that are really required to stop that. And that range trend is already above the price, so that's not going to be very helpful. And that one's down there at about 40 something bucks. About 40, 44, 48. So it's probably at a guess. This is still trying to ladder down, and that's a 35-day time frame, so a bit bigger than a month. So if you had something like a 35-day that's breaking to the downside, it's definitely going to make it pretty hard for 12 today to do anything. And that was a hard close under so 95 was a hard close under a 35-day level. So back up to it and rejected off it. So that would be one. A hold that basically broke and flipped. And so if for whatever reason it got back up to about 84 and tested that hold, the top of that hold again from the other side, that's probably a pretty good reason to get out of the trade. You kind of want to have a look to see if there's anything unentered that's currently sitting below price that might give you a bounce. So no entry, turn off all of these future validations because you haven't actually got those hold levels until the future. So just take one of those. June the 14th.
This is being recorded, right?
Yeah,
Like we
I
have
think so.
access to this afterwards?
Yep.
Okay.
And entry price, largest to smallest. Cool. So we created that one day. That's obviously something we just created. The next levels really are these levels down here at about 58. And they have minimum bounces only really back to about 63. So that one level there, that level, 287, is kind of the only level that's probably big enough to push the price back up into those holds. So you have to see what happens when you hit 58. If it starts to reverse at 58, you might get a run through to 90. And it does look like it was created older, so it looks like it's old. So let's have a look at that one. 287. So it's still kind of a front side, just because it never got another range up here. So if it goes into the body, if it goes into the body, it's down around 52, and it could push it back up to 79. There's a bit of confluence in that because that would sort of be retesting that 79 level that has been closed under for a lot of time frames. If it bounces off the wick, it looks like it nearly got there. Could bounce back up there, but don't know about that. Looks like it's rejecting off that. So check trend on.
In this case, is it just like we just have the one hold? So is that just like the front side, or do we consider the body, the front side, and the wick the back side on this one?
So the wick would almost certainly be a backside of a lower range. So
okay.
Or a lower time frame. So if we try and figure that out. Don't happen to know what the factors of 287 are, do you? Off the top of your head.
I got a calculator.
Factors of 287. Come on. Does it even have factors? Sounds like it could be prime.
No idea, man.
Let's see. I'll find out. So 1, 7, and 41. So let's have a look at 41.
You say 1, 7, you mean 17, right?
No, 1, 7, and
Oh,
41.
yeah. Okay, got it.
Okay. So 41 wouldn't be ideal because that would put the backside all the way down here. Actually, technically, it kind of puts the backside all the way up there, and it's that bounce there. So then this would be the middle, and that's down there at 27 bucks. And then the front side's down there at 25. So hopefully it's not 41.
Actually, can you go back to that chart? Just a
Yeah.
quick question on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, so when you look at the like, all those candles there at the bottom, the blue candles,
Yeah.
since there's a whole bunch of them down there, which one would be considered the backside? Is it the one where
It's this one
which
here.
one?
That one. The top one.
Okay.
So basically the top of the range. Backsides could quite often be origins as well. So that's sort of down, wick up, close below, explode through. So yeah, that's about 27. So if it's by this time you're already actually down inside this range as well, which is even older. So you could possibly find support there. It's 58. Looks like a pretty good close under and rejection from that level, 82 level. So it ends in 25 days. So yeah, it doesn't look overly flash to get out of this thing unless it just bounces straight off the body of that big hold. But if it does that, it's probably only going to go to 79. Sol looks pretty cooked.
Not good for me.
Yeah. You're probably going to end up a bag holder for a while. Or
It's not my first time at the rodeo.
I mean, there's other things that could reverse it, but it's just closing really badly. So, if it, and things like this don't close for another 25 days. So it's if it got a trend, it could come back up and retest that 89 level and then go down. Just use this. But whichever way you kind of look at this, it's just doing the absolute most bearish ways of closing candles, like just tuck under the trend and go down. Which then of course creates polarity at this level above. So even if it was to try and come back up there, if it closes down here in 25 days, then you just get out if it comes up and touches that level. And because of where
Actually, can you explain? Sorry, can you explain like polarity when it comes to these range levels?
So think of the price tests but doesn't return to. So every time you test a level, there's either going to be buying pressure or selling pressure. And so we close under a level, and it could be any level. It doesn't really matter if it's trend, a range trend, a hold, breaks, which become origins, polarized holds. Polarized breaks. So in this instance, it tests, and there's sell pressure, There's still a bit of buying pressure here at the time, right? And that's stayed as yellow candle. There's less buying pressure now because it closed as a blue candle. And then this one hasn't gone back to it at all, which means there's so little buying pressure, we haven't been able to get back to that level. So psychologically, and this is kind of the same boat you're in, right? If the price goes back to that level now at some point, whoever is stuck is going to want to get out. So there is going to be more sell pressure at that level because we went there, and never went back there. And that's what creates polarity effectively. It's something that either people make a decision or algos make a decision that they're going to do something when it gets to a level because they missed out, and that's why if this stays down here for 25 days, that becomes something that would typically reject the price. So the only option really is that it bounces off the top side of this trend and actually climbs back up there. And if it does that in the next 25 days and gets above that level, then you're fine, because it'll be getting back above the trend and opening above the trend again, and then it could look to go up. So that's that one.
that was a good explanation.
And if it does, I'd still keep an eye on that down there. It's a pretty big hold. And the other level is, unfortunately, all the way down there at about $30-something. So this level will have polarity as well, because all the shorts that got trapped down there, they'll close if the price gets back down there. And of course that that buying pressure of all the shorts closing would send the price back up. So that's another level through there that would typically bounce because of how it reversed.
How do you when the hold level is getting ready to reverse,
Yeah.
I guess what's your confirmation? Is it the 0.5 level that you discuss, or?
It's usually the close inside is the first really big warning bell. So it doesn't mean that it is going to reverse, but it's enough. It will do it enough of the time that it's, you should really escape. This hold actually never fully reversed because it never got above the top. And that 260 level is actually an origin level on another time frame. So it's an origin level on a lot of time frames. So that big hold never actually reversed. Probably never got. Looks like it never managed to hard close over the 50% either. So yeah, it's from that. It's heading back down. Just unfortunately, the way that this keeps closing, as far as getting out, it's always just opening on the wrong side of the trend. So it can bounce, but it's just kind of in limbo. And it may have to come down to the hold or down to this level down here to actually have a bounce. There ain't much holding sold up, unfortunately. The other thing is BTC could just go on a run, and depending on Sol's strength against BTC, that could flip it up as well. Now that we've touched the bottom of this, that could return up to the middle, which would be pretty incredible if it did that. Yeah. So your Sol position is pretty tough, to say the least.
When you fit that yellow candle right now, is that only if the that blue candle we're in right now, it engulfs it? Then it'll be
Yeah, so if it engulfs it, it becomes, at that point,
okay.
it becomes a hold. But it's got 230 days to go. So what could happen is it can just hit the bottom of it, and then the bottom of it basically sends it back up a bit. So that's, and it could go back up and find resistance, then come back down. So that's the kind of thing you'd see if it was a bull market, is you'd hit the bottom here, 62, and then you'd bounce back up the other way. At the moment, we've kind of hit the bottom of it. Could it bounce? Yeah. Would it get up to 130? Probably not, but there'd be a trend that is probably going to get in the way of that. Yeah, it's not so bad.
Take it.
Yeah, I mean, if it got up there, you're happy, but we just keep building resistance on timeframes to push it down. So unless we start to see a decent reversal, and you'll know it if it starts to happen because it'll just be candles that start to move to the upside and close back inside holds, or they just sneak over trends or that sort of stuff. And there's a wee bit of that just on the 2-day and some of those smaller timeframes, but at the same time on the medium stuff it's still bearish, and on the big stuff we haven't really hit the lows yet. So I'm sort of expecting we might get a push back up into the trend from some of the stuff that we've moved, and we could bounce off, but I wouldn't bank on it because we're just getting so close to the point at which we really should be bottoming out.
I guess with like these, I guess at least the altcoins, right? So Sol definitely can go to 0, right? It's not like it has to go up. But
BTC
I mean,
probably won't.
Yeah, BTC probably won't. But for someone like, I guess this has been my first cycle because I started about like 2 years ago. Is this normal in terms of how it's reacting right now? Like, is this something you saw, I guess, last bear market? Okay.
Yeah, no one would have thought it was normal then, and obviously they would have blamed it on whatever crashes, and I think it was Luna and FTX and all that kind of stuff. But it was really just big hold levels, and Sol wasn't so old back then, so there weren't as many big levels as what there are now because it's been around a bit longer. So yeah, you just sort of had I think it was 1 and 2 month stuff pretty much that sent it down. Yeah, it's just stuff like this. So that's probably a 2 month hold. So that's a pretty easy way to knock 50% off the price of something. And then it got back up into that hold candle and never escaped it. Just bounced around for a whole cycle, really, before coming back down. So this is probably still trying to come down here. Get rid of that one. And you got that one now as well. So yeah, I mean, it can't go to -22, not physically possible, but it could go to the point at which it can't go, if that makes sense. So, which means you could find support around here, maybe around the 50s, and then if not, 30s, and then because of such an amazing big run up, the hold is actually all the way down here on that front side. So, and the retracement to the 3618 of that hold, it's down here at about $50. It's just kind of bouncing off the top of that range now. So it is unfortunately very possible for altcoins to do this and then come all the way back down. And if you look at it from a market cap perspective, it did have a normal cycle like BTC. So that looks a lot like BTC, right? Just went up, went down, went and got some higher highs, started retracing. So it looks very much like BTC, but the difference is that this had inflation, whereas BTC, on the other hand, fixed supply. So the market cap of this was acting exactly like BTC, but the dollar value of the token was struggling.
When it comes to ranges,
Mhm.
which ones, like, how do you know which one is, I guess, the important range at play? Because sometimes on one chart you can have, you can fib a whole bunch of different range levels, some
Yeah,
older, obviously. Like, how would you know which ones, you should be focusing on, especially on higher time frames, I guess?
kind of like what one is the master range as such. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
so full engulfments like this created after the creation of an origin are typically going to be the ones. So this is, say, on the weekly, we hit the weekly break level, we created this origin here, we fully engulfed this next candle. This is quite an important range, that one.
Mm.
And if we can get back up in that range, then we can come back up here to 63 billion. And as long as they don't sit there and print a crap ton of tokens, then 63 billion is good. Might be enough of a retracement to get you out. But to answer the question, it's this: it's origin, created, range. That's your highest probability short, just in there. If you're going to take any kind of front side level, or in your case, from a spot perspective, that would have been you just get the hell out warning when that happened. And you would have looked to the bottom of the range down here is to potentially narrow it along. Then you sort of have to relate that back to the actual dollar and cents chart, which is different. So that was in here. Sol BTC, my bad. This one. So that's this range. Yeah, that's pretty much already hard closed it from a dollars and cents perspective. If the market cap creeps back up inside there though, this could too. Then it could travel up there. This is your ladder point back here. So the accumulation range that it's landed in, it looks like it might get up over the 67 and close. Does the next level 77? That's a 50% retracement. Anything beyond that is less likely, but still possible. And if it gets up into the 87 area, then it's creeping back up into the top of that range, and then it might get up through there. But you can see the top of this range here was a pretty good rejection when it rejected off it. So yeah, that's, and it is really hard to tell which range because there's so many of them, and normally you can only tell by just how the touches react. So like that, when it went back inside there and rejected off that 97, this is quite valid. And of course it went all the way down to the base of the range. But the good thing is it hasn't lost the base of the range. So it could still come back up. And there's a pretty high chance of a retrace back to that 117 at some point. It's just got to get through all this to do it.
And when it comes to like breaking ranges, in this case, it doesn't matter what color it is, right? It doesn't matter if it's accumulation or distribution. It just has to be clear of the lines.
So as in if it was going to break underneath it or above it.
Yeah. So if it's yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It would still have to be accumulation above the top of the accumulation range, which would break it. Because if it went up here and just did a whole bunch of distribution, then it's really just a cheeky sell-off before a dump, and
Okay.
same underneath though, because underneath, if it just goes underneath and it just does a whole bunch of accumulation, then that typically means they're just getting people to capitulate and then they move up. So it's still got to be broken. One thing I would say is that you're probably looking more at something like this. So for this to really reverse, it's kind of got to get through that trend. And unless it has a really big recovery in the next week, in the next 12 hours, it's probably going to take time to get across to that. So
That's what you need in this case, right? You need either a big push or you need time.
yeah,
Just to
there's only
line, right?
two things that are going to get through that. One is volume, or the other is time. So it's either going to be a slow creep all the way through it, which could be like July if it just sticks sideways like this. And that's the purpose of the goal in life for this thing that's over here, this hold level. It wants to keep that sideways and get through those trends. And if it does, and the trends break, then price can start to reverse properly. And the only way that trend break is going to happen sooner is if you get volume, which pushes it up and creates a new hold. So if there was a magic pump today and this thing ended up closing over the body of this, then you would be much closer to being able to get through that trend. And there is, so that's the range trend from the high, and that's the main one to break if there's actually going to be any kind of decent recovery for this. And then of course you got your normal trends, which are sitting here, and unfortunately it's got to deal with those as well, so it's got to get through that. At the moment it just seems to be doing basically nothing. And if it doesn't do anything, that's what comes about tomorrow, which is not totally bad, because it could create a trend and then open on the top side of the trend, and then it has a chance to break that interior, and then that might give it a bit of a push.
Doesn't look like it's got a trend to support it from the bottom side until that yellow
No,
one.
well, and it won't, because of the way it came through that trend. So unless that closes blue, it's not going to shift this top trend, but it's also not going to break it. So you could get just a trend
Okay,
deviation,
retracement.
and that trend deviation could go for another couple of weeks even, and then it might get above it and then keep going back up.
Mm.
Or at some point you'll get a blue candle. The most bearish thing that can happen is that it closes this yellow, then you get a blue candle that engulfs this, and then that's a problem because it creates a hold level to try and break the trend on the underside. But pretty much it's just this hold is holding it sideways, and at some point it's going to come in contact with that trend, and then there'll be a little war between the two of them, and one of them has to win and one of them's going to lose. So from a spot purchase perspective, it's not really too much you do right now. You could you can trade the hold back to the trend. The risk is that because you're at 68 now and the entry would have been like 61, it could just keep going sideways and touch that trend, and it can even go backwards and touch that trend. So that's the for future trading next cycle. It's these kind of levels on the far back side of price that you look to take trades on, and they're not going to be the biggest spot trades because so many of these levels are just so small compared to some of the ones that existed up here. Huge, big levels. Yeah.
And then I guess like in my case, I'm a Vanguard member right now.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think I could best use, I guess, the indicators for someone like me to just kind of, I guess, maximize what I'm trying to do? Like, how do you, think
So
I
I
can
would
use them?
use, firstly, I'd use holds and trends, which would have given you this move that's going on now, because you could have seen that hold. And so I'd start just using the Origin bot just to give you the general timeframes of where the holds
Mm.
are, and then you could go to those. This one you probably would have found because it's going to show up on the weekly. And the drop into it is the good sign. Fast dump down into it puts the price away from the trend. Take the long, and the way it's sitting here now, you can make a choice as to whether you just close the trade or whether you just held it just to see what happens. Weekly close, both are pretty valid. And then the next one's probably going to come about if this trend breaks, which would mean a blue candle, potentially a hold, a shift to the trend, and then you could take the trend back to the hold. And it's pretty risky doing anything on spot at the moment just because you are basically going down. So it's kind of the next levels really are just going to be those bigger levels. So we hit that sort of 48. The other side of it too would just be to chart BTC rather than SOL. Find the strong levels on BTC, and the weirdest thing is that you'll find that SOL just kind of bounces in the middle of nowhere when BTC really has a decent bounce, and that's kind of about the only other way you can go about it at the moment. But yeah, use OriginBot to find the hold levels, then use the time frames, but I'd probably stick with, at the moment, I probably wouldn't take too many trades, not unless we start to come down into this bottom area here, and then you could start to look to basically build the position again for the next run up. The other thing you could probably do is look at the totals, see if you can find something on the totals. even this is looking pretty dodgy. So you might get another 2-month hold here at the end of the month, in which case you've got some support down here, but it's another big drop.
If that does close like that, I guess the best move would be if it retests that hold, just get out, right?
Yeah, and it's a tiny move.
Yeah.
Now, if it goes back up to retest that. And this is why it's so bearish at the moment, because this is what they're doing. They're creating
Yeah.
very close proximity resistance to any form of level. So we've got a break level here. We're inside a hold level. And they're really creating stuff just to break stuff, which is, I suppose, bear market, really. So it could come down, bounce off the trend, go back up into that hold. Or in the next 16 days, they could push it down below that trend again, bounce off the backside of that trend, and then just break down. In which case you'd be
That'd be
looking
horrible.
Yeah, and that next hold is down there at $1 trillion. So it's a big fall from 1.9, but it's where it's at. The other option is it has a 50% chance of converting that at 1.66 to an origin. And it still can, if it goes up in the next 16 days, it can still convert this.
Okay, I see that now, yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind right at the moment, I'd suspect that what they really want is everyone to be opening trades and opening positions and all that kind of stuff. But you can see where things are just at right now. They're just absolutely on the fence. You got levels like this down here. So in 3 months' time is about the right time for a proper, move to start back to the upside if we follow normal cycles. So you've also got things like range trends coming through here that wouldn't be on the next candle, but they'd be on the one after it. So that's going to be in about 3 months' time. Could hit that. Mm.
And that range trend that you just drew out, it's not polarized, is it? Or I mean, because
Nah,
like it's got to stay under it, right, for it to have been polarized.
yeah, it's completely untested. So, could it go lower? Yeah, it could, but will it? Probably not, because you've got the hold right there. So maybe it works through it, but it's a pretty solid place to take an entry down here. 1.12 trillion. Somewhere down in that area, and believe it or not, that's still an uptrend if it then does that. It's just a really dirty donkey deep dive. Yeah. It's not that different to what it did this cycle. So it came back, bounced off the backside hold there, went off to the next bear market, bull market, I should say. So That would be like hitting this or this, technically. Went down a bit lower, but I don't think I'd do that. So, bullish case, in 16 days, you're out of here and you're going up.
Yes.
Bearish case, 16 days, you're inside here and under the halfway point of the hold, making a new hold to try and keep breaking down, and everything is looking pretty horrible. It's going to be
Come
one or the
on,
other.
Trump. Give
Yeah,
me a tweet, Trump.
I know. It's kind of, it's the waiting. It's the waiting to see what
Yeah,
exactly
it
it's going
is.
to
It really
do.
is. That's the
Uh,
hardest part about this whole thing. It's like you just gotta be patient on your entries. Like I feel like I wasn't. I just took the first thing that I kind of saw
yeah, I mean the
as a
level,
potential.
the level we entered on it's a big level, but the problem with big levels is that price can go below them for a long time before it comes back up. It's got a lot of grace. It can break it on a whole bunch of time frames, and then come back up on the last one, or not. So that's the tough thing about entering on big levels. There's a few things it could bounce on through here, but it's all sort of clutching at straws, like this hold, which appears to have flipped based on that bounce. That could bounce it. But the whole reason they might just be sitting here like this right now is because they want to make that to counteract this.
And then you can't tell which one would win, right? Outside of just seeing what
Nah.
happens.
Yeah, I mean the one that's got the trend would probably win. So
Okay.
that's could be. So it's not that one. That's under the trend. It could break the trend. Breaking a trend is not a bad thing if you've got the ability to bounce the trend back into the hold. So this could do it as long as they don't bring that candle down, go underneath the trend, and keep pushing down. Yeah. Could it go back up into a retest? Maybe. If that moves back up into the hold before it closes, and then still breaks the trend, and continues up to retest it, then you're out. Well, that would be an out. Yeah. I guess you're going to have a look at the end of the month, see what it does.
Yeah, definitely a bag holder. You're right.
Yeah.
Uh, no, this is all good stuff. I guess my last question is, if you look at something like the QQQ,
Yeah.
um, like that chart, when I look at it on the higher time frame, like it's left so many hold levels behind. I'm just wondering, is that just because, yeah, it's not a 24/7 thing, or is that just, yeah, sometimes like that can happen? Like if you go to its,
It's mostly just because it's holding trend, looking at that. It's when it loses the trend that it's going to go to those hold levels.
Mhm.
So which time frame are you watching on the
I think if
weekly?
I saw the weekly, and I
Mm.
just look at it from like its historical perspective, and I look at like everything that it's left behind. It's just so many things that are so many levels that are just like haven't been retested.
Yeah, so the only reason you're going to lose, or the only reason you're going to test a hold to the downside is if you're in a downtrend and you need something to hold the price sideways to try and break the trend. Um, or yeah, or if you lose a trend, it'll bounce to the hold to try and become a ladder point. And it has done some of them, but most of the time it just looks like it's hit the bottom of the range and then it's bounced. This is possibly reversing now. Like that could reverse. So it looks like it's very close to being yeah, really close. I mean, it's on the wrong side of the support trend. It's run into the hold, but it might open over the top of that resistance trend and then manage to survive. But it does look it's at the break. So it could reverse. This trend, if it keeps pushing the price down, is going to try and break that break level.
Mhm.
And it looks like it's inside the hold on the downside. So inside the hold on the downside, not inside the hold on the upside. It's probably the closest thing that this is like looked like a real reversal. And I think I was looking at this earlier. It created some kind of origin here. Then it created a range here. Then it rejected from continuing the range
Mm.
and came down, swept the liquidity at the bottom of the range, and then it's continued through to the top of the range. So that's at the top of this local weekly range at the moment. So it's really got choices at this point. End, keep coming down, or get out the top of that range. And this candle not touching the top of that range is polarizing the top of that range. So
Wow.
every single
Yeah,
thing in
it's some.
there looks toppy. It's at the top of the range. It's traveled back to the 3618, so that's a normal sort of hit and retrace move. But it hasn't gone back there. It's not in that hold. It's stuck inside that hold. It has tested the break. It's either going to turn that break into an origin, engulf, create another range to the upside, or it is going to roll over. And if it loses this hold, the next holds are all the way back down here again because that move has just been too big, too fast.
Mhm.
And then if it loses these holds and breaks that origin, then you'll see a downtrend sort of start. And the downtrend might just stop when it hits the next support trend and then it could bounce and keep on going up. Or it's going to start breaking trends and keep on going down.
Hey, what would you say is the backside and front side of that recent move up, the hold levels at the bottom?
Down in here,
Yeah.
stocks. That looks like the origin. There's too many candles in here. It's
Mhm.
something bigger than a weekly, um, but it would most likely be somewhere around here. Maybe this, but 6:30 could be that candle. This is your front. That is your middle. That's probably your back. but then you've sort of got the whole thing going on a second time back here.
Yeah.
So the backs are pretty similar. The middles are actually pretty similar even. If that was your middle and that was your middle. The main difference is your fronts. That one's quite a bit lower than that one. So if I was looking at this from a levels perspective, I'd be looking at 635, 630, somewhere in there for probably a non-sustainable bounce, and then retrace for either accumulation or breaking the level by getting down into that 590 or lower. And it would all depend on the approach, because if they want to break that level, all they do is they come down here and they open on the wrong side of that support trend, then use it to come through there.
Mhm.
In which case you test this origin down here, which has kind of already been tested. And if you lose that, then you come down to this hold. It's not a very big hold. If you lose that, yeah, there's probably a series of range trends in here as well. So losing that level again could be something else that did that deviation, got back above it, but if it goes under it again, that could be another thing that could be problematic. And that, which is currently under. Yeah. I mean, if I was to look at that, I really wouldn't be shocked if that pulls back.
Yeah, especially with the move up, it looks so vertical. I mean,
Yeah, well,
for a
it's almost just a complete short squeeze to
yeah.
create. They created the liquidity by this sort of move here. Everyone was probably talking about, the biggest crash ever is coming and blah blah blah. People see this start to roll over. They open shorts up in here. They go and sell into those shorts. The question is, now that they've sold to the shorts, do they actually go lower? Which could well be the case. From a purely a TA perspective, you're on the wrong side of the range trend, you're looking at opening under the support trend, you're out of the hold, you're in the hold, and you've tested the break. So give it another week. That could be breaking to the downside, or it could be creating a new origin and engulfing and going up some more. It's going to be one or the other.
No, that's amazing, man. Yeah, no, I appreciate all the help. Is it okay if I just throw one more at you? I
Yeah,
know you're tired, dude, and,
sure,
I
sure,
kind
sure.
of do want to give you a break. The can you just go over like one like a proper kind of like front side, back side, but there's three parts to it, so it's like the front, back, and middle.
Okay.
Off of like a proper like this chart, I know it's like a stock and it's kind
Yeah,
of all over the place.
these are fun. Okay, so this looks like a pretty good one. Okay. So I'll put a box on the front side candle, and we'll just use lines on the other two, because the other two tend to just bounce. The front side tends
Mm.
to hang around for a bit. So okay. So first you get this kind of hard close up here, then you get this bounce, And that's going to be off that level there. And that's your backside, and it's your unsustainable move. So as soon as you find some sign of weakness, price rolls over, etc., you get out of that trade. That's your backside. Then the price is going to roll back to the front side. Now, this is, although this entered the front side candle, kind of entered and exited pretty quickly, which means that this is more likely to be this on the rear here. And that's going to be another unsustainable bounce. And then this area here where it kind of hung around for a bit longer, this is the accumulation in that front side. And then if this doesn't fail, it will create the biggest move of the lot. So, but if it fails, it's over. It's going to break to the downside. So scalp, unsustainable, scalp, unsustainable, and that's the difference kind of between a 2 and a 3. With a 2, you're just going to get 1 and then into here, and then maybe a bigger move or a breakdown. With a 3, you'll normally get scalp, scalp, time and accumulation, and if it decides it's going up, bigger move. So that's 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
Yeah, those are the. If you're just looking at doing scalps, say on spot, it'd be that one. Just a nice quick golf bounce. And if it's a 3-piece, or a 2-piece, the key is just to get out when you see some kind of weakness. There'd be a trend, something like that, range trend that it's come up and retested, and you could just exit. When it touches that thing, it's probably going to end up rolling over. And then you can take it again here. This move will typically be about the same as that one. So you just take it to where that one was, to here. And then this is actually the most dangerous one, because if the market's going to turn, this is going to break. But in this case, no. It was going higher.
I guess is it the front side that's more likely to break than the back side?
Yeah. So the front side is more likely to break, whereas the backside is more likely to always bounce. If the backside doesn't have much of a bounce, the front side's probably not going to go so well. But that's
Okay.
not really. There's no numbers behind that, but if there's no orders in a FOMO spot like this to send the price up, there's probably no interest down here either. So, because it's
Yeah.
unless there's a big difference in price between them, but in this case there really wasn't. So yeah, you just these front sides you can enter it, but you can see how deep it went, or you just wait and you see if it closes out of the hold, which it did there. Then it took off, which is exactly why this is actually quite bearish, because it's closed in the bottom hole but out of the top. So it hasn't escaped yet.
Thanks. I appreciate all the help, man. Yeah, that's perfect. I think you answered all my questions, which is pretty impressive for someone that's been up for so long.
I know.
Yeah, dude.
Done it too long
Good
ago.
on you.
6.5 hours. Oof.
That's a full shift.
Or is it 6 hours? Something like that. All right. Drink more water.
Yes. Get your stretches in. Again, thanks a lot. Like I wouldn't have known any of this without you. So
Yeah, no
you're
worries.
doing a great service, like helping us out. We really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I hope you get a bounce, and I hope you get out of that spot
Yes, me
position,
too.
and then yeah, and then Yeah, don't get stuck in the next one. All right.
Yeah, exactly. Learn from it.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, man.
All right, later, man.
Catch
Ciao.
you. Bye.
Yeah.
Okay. 5 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you. Okay, what were we looking at? We're going to look at Siren, was it? Siren. I think I have that. Oof. The hell happened to that? Somebody got rugged. Um, what is this thing? AW Labs, probably. Two-month range trend from hell. Um, yeah, I don't think I'd go near this. If it pulls back up above those trends, maybe, but that's nasty. I mean, it could do a Zeus bounce. But yeah, you need to see that get back above that trend. Ouch. Yeah, sitting on that monthly, just sitting on that monthly origin. Complete troll spot. I mean, if you wanted to be an absolute degen, if it closes above the origin, maybe up to the back of the trend again. If it pulls back above the trend, then maybe up into the hole to yeah. But if it sneaks below that, it's down to zero, or as close to as possible. Yeah. Ouch. Okay. It's like the midnight shift. What's everyone up to? How does one become a guest? Um, you've got to be in the Discord, and I think there was some roles assigned or something. There's a particular channel you've got to be able to get inside, and then you're on there. I think Blue knows the answer to that one. First, second, third questions have been answered. Yep. What were the next questions? Do I ever sleep? Yes, very much. Just not right now. Right, I'll take my headphones off. It's that eerie sound of silence when you're wearing noise cancelling headphones. So, until someone else joins up, back to the hum of the computer. "38 minutes. Okay. What am I going to do for 38 minutes? I suppose I can see what BTC's up to. It's creeping up. Ew. Oh, what we wouldn't give for just a little yellow candle right there, right now. Let's just break that level. Or more chop. Uh-oh. That's a yawn. Ugh. Do, 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 do. Okay. Let's go origin recent, created, sol, all. One hour, 3 hour. One hour and 3 hour. Okay. Bummer. Missed that one. Okay. Ooh. And missed that one too. Damn. Got to be quick. It's a W. Okay. Yeah. 3 hours and 31 minutes. See if it loses that. Comes back down here. Turn on. Oh, oh, someone's coming in. Okay, headphones.
Can you hear me?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello. Yeah, pretty good. You?
Yeah, living the dream.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions actually. I don't know if you have ever answered the first one I have. It's a tinfoil hat question.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, I wrote it down at some point. You said that every hold on, I have to read my own writing. Not easy. Every year there's a crossover on TradingView where some timeframes line up for a 12-month period.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much whatever the closes are at the end of the 31st. So whatever those closes are going to basically continue to repeat through the year.
Okay.
So the year before last, the year ended on a Prime Day, so we basically had only a 1 day close. It was the only thing that lined up on TradingView for an entire year, and I think that probably screwed with a whole bunch of people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then this year I think it was 2, 3, might have been 9, 27. Can't remember what else.
Can you maybe show an example?
Trying to think of the easiest way to find it. It would be what days close on the 31st. Let's see. Might be able to find it this way. Here. Enter a date in here. Oh, there you go. It's pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 18, 27, and 54. So it's those days.
Oh.
So those will repeat through the year and they'll match regardless. And until the end of the year when they won't necessarily match anymore. The year before was this year. There you go. That was a problem. What a screwed up year we had. So there's actually I did a whole research thing on this at one point. Unfortunately, years that finish on prime mathematics quite often have major events, wars, recessions, all sorts. So yeah, 2024, what a beautiful year. And I've not really bothered to look to see what's coming for us next year, but let's have a look. Uh-oh. 2027, what a beautiful year. Could be good. Maybe it just goes up. Yeah. So that's all it is. It's basically whatever the year ends with are the ones that are going to then line up and travel through the next 12 months. And it's been last 2024 was a bit of a weird year. This year there's been a lot more to line up. Next year it's going to be probably another weird year where basically you just want to stick to using TradingView daily, weekly, monthly.
So we're rubbing hands excitingly.
Yeah. I asked what was it, Grok. I asked Grok to basically give me the years that all finished with prime numbers, and then I asked it, were there any significant events in those years, and pretty much it came back with a whole bunch of hell on earth, and I was like, oh, so, here we go. Stop scaring the children. Yeah. So I choose not to dwell on it, even though, it's probably going to be an apocalypse. So we'll just see. So,
like this Homer Simpson gift. The end is near.
yeah.
The end is near.
Yeah. Year finishes on 1. Uh-oh.
Yeah, my other questions are probably not as interesting.
Yeah.
They're quite simple. I watch a lot of live streams, but
Mm.
there's still a few things I don't fully understand.
Mhm.
What I'm, I guess, more focused on in a few questions is like the strength of things.
Yeah.
Like I wondered, finally get to understanding the range trends, I think. Because every time I think I understand something, I realize that I don't understand it as much as I thought I did.
Yeah.
So I wonder, like, I think range trends are more important than normal trends.
Yeah, well, they don't move, so that's a good start. And yes, is the short version. Range trends are basically a diagonal representation of a horizontal level. So if you break a range trend, you're effectively breaking whatever that range is, and that could be well into the future. So this one here, just which was coming down here, when this broke, the price is going to take this range. It might take a while to get there. It may go down into a retest or something before it goes up, but that range trend running through there, when it broke, you're going to lose that range. When this one broke, you're going to lose this range. So they basically like the ultimate trend break. A normal trend will target a hold. A range trend will target the top of a range or the bottom of a range. So that's where they are a bit different.
So range trend is stronger than a normal trend?
No, it's not so much stronger. It's not really a diagonal, even though it is. It's a horizontal. So as an example, this one here that we've lost, this range trend, traveling up here, we've lost this. So the price is going to try and come down and take the bottom of this range again. So if you're looking for entries in this for the retrace, you would be looking at the bottom of this range down here at a minimum, because we've already lost that range by closing these candles up here as blue candles and breaking this trend. So the moment we did that hard close, it's pretty much going to start to work its way down to here now. You can create a new range trend off a hold. So, but we don't really have a very clean hold inside here. We tried to create this one, and then it opened on the wrong side of it, and as you can see, it's rejecting off it. So, and because they are a horizontal level, they can interact with normal trends. So you can get channels, and sometimes what you'll have is you'll have a range trend, which is one side of a channel, and you'll have a normal trend, which is the other side of a channel, and the price will bounce between the two of them. And the reason that's doing that is because it is actually kind of representing a horizontal level, and so you've got a horizontal versus a diagonal, even though they're both diagonal, and it'll just bounce up and bounce between the trend and the range trend until eventually it breaks, and if it breaks, it's going to target the bottom of the range or the top of the range. So
when a range trend is lost, it's lost. Like when it's broken, it's broken.
Yeah, sort of. They stick around. Some of them can be pretty brutal when you just run into them later. So,
but like, when would you say, like, when would you not use a range trend anymore? Like, when would you decide, like, okay, this is not relevant anymore?
So if you have created it, used it from one side, broken it, rejected off it from the other side, that's typically when I would stop looking at them. But yeah, you've got to be pretty careful with some of the big ones, because they'll just bite you in the ass later if you're not watching for them. So I normally leave this. So once it's been broken and been retouched, I don't usually bother to look at them anymore. Unless the price is just kind of floating in the middle of nowhere, and then I'll turn that on and I'll check to see if there's anything kind of coming through there, or I'll just use the range trend thing on the Origin bot to tell me all the different timeframes. Yeah.
And range trends on engulfed hold levels are more significant, or?
Well, there's really two types. So you've got this type, which is basically you just have your 4 candles, and that's a pure range. So you've got hold, 2 candle range, and that enters the hold. So that's one type of range trend. And we got, quite often what they'll do is the first touch of them, like this, will reject back to a hold, which is that trade, that just a scalp between that level and that hold. And then of course, when this broke, we took the top of that range. So that's one type of range trend. The other type are going to be ones that are, you know, older, left behind levels, like go back to a couple of old classics. We created some in here, which were really annoying. So this is one, and it's just a very flat range trend, but that's created by this candle closing yellow into the body of that hold. So it doesn't have to technically close inside the hold, but the wick has to go into the hold, and then the candle has to finish as a yellow candle. So that could have pulled down lower. But once again, that created a range trend, tested the range trend, rejected back to the hold, at which point we created another range trend, which is that one. And then that bounced and sent it back up to this one, which looks like it hard closed, but just this, I remember this time in my life was annoying. It hard closed one range trend, but it came from the wrong side of the new one, which is this one. And so it came back down to the hold. So that was that move. I was like, you little bastard. And yeah, and then of course we didn't enter the body of the hold with the blue candle, so it's this candle over here that created the next range trend, and that's a down facing one. But this one went straight through underneath. And so now you were on the wrong side of the range trend. And we tested, we polarized it, and then it sent us to Goblin Town because we turned it into a Origin range trend by not going back to it after those 4 candles touched it. So these are range trends. You can pretty much trade these things all over the charts if you can find them. And yeah, so when these ones broke, of course, we were already above the range, so the price goes up. Then it's going to run into something else. And I think this is about where we might have run into the Trump trend, which was this range trend. And this is a really painful range trend. And we broke this to run into this. And that's October 10. Whoop. So when do range trends stop being relevant? Yeah, they can be relevant from 2023 through to 2025. And I named this one the Trump trend because every single time we hit this thing, there was some Trump inauguration or soybean tweet or October 10. So we just call it the Trump trend.
Is he friends with Epstein too?
Yeah, must have been. These ones slightly above it, the untouchable ones, they're the Epstein trends. So they're up there waiting to haunt you in the future. So yeah, I mean, if we ever got over that, this is the kind of trend that could send Sol to $1,000, you know, if it got over that and then busted through these ones and just kept on going. And then this is the kind of range trend that when we were up here at that particular moment, it was really a case of, are we going to hard close and polarize this trend again? And if we did, there was a real chance that you were heading up there to $500 plus, because this would be the bottom of a channel and then this would be the top. So, but it didn't work out that way. Instead, it decided that it hated life. It did not want people to have nice things. And then, you know, always winning, that's the slogan. And then down it goes. So, yeah. So those range trends, they're everywhere.
It's actually brings me to my next question. The one you showed with the 2+ candles, like, is 2-candle range the one you call clean? Are
Pure.
those more important than the 2+ candle range?
No, they're not more important.
No.
They're just easy. They're just easy to spot. It's just a pattern that creates the range trend instantaneously. They're probably also the easiest ones to violate or break, because depending on the angle of the trend, the first candle that opens could open on the wrong side of it. So and it tends to be a type of reversal pattern. Like that's what you see here. When the price came down to the bottom, it created this range trend through there, which created that beautiful entry there. So yeah, when it tried to break this one, because it created this one, bounced from there up to the hold said go away, it came down here, it landed on this one, and this one sent it back up till it ran into that good old Trump trend. And then later on, you know, when we closed under that, stayed under it for a bit too long, came back up, hit it again, dumped. So yeah. And that's just simple 4-candle block.
Yeah, they're really easy to spot.
Yeah. Once you see them, you can't sort of unsee them. The difference being, of course, is that there's going to be more of them than just this one time frame we're looking at. You know, they'll be all over the place. And
but you always, like, you have the candles close into the body of the hold level, not of the wick, right?
The wick has, yeah, so the wick has got to go into the body, and it's just got to be the wick that's gone into the body, and the candle must close the same color. And it can go straight through it and create like an up-facing one like this.
Yeah.
That's all
Because
possible.
sometimes I see you using the wick of hold levels, and I wonder, like, when is the wick relevant? Because I'm overly focused on the body.
So the wick is typically the kind of the FOMO point. If you're in a really bullish or bearish market, either way, then you might just get rejection straight off the wick every single time. You may never get near the body, because it's only really in greedy markets where it's going to go down into the body. Also, from a fractal perspective, the wick is probably the backside of a lower time frame, and so you can actually get a bounce off both both of them sometimes, where it bounces off the wick and then it bounces off the body later. And that's this kind of thing here, where you've got this fast pump that came out of that hold level, and then if you come down to the body and look further along, you've sort of got another touch here, and if that didn't touch, that certainly did. So yeah, wick is quite often responsible for some kind of fast, unsustainable bounce, and then body is normally where there's going to be greedy accumulation. And in this bullish market through here, of course, it was just touching that and just going up again. Now that we're in a bearish market, and that level's been touched a few times. Probably going to find that somewhere over here it didn't go so well. Yeah, so that went deeper into it. Kind of closed inside of it, stayed inside of it for a while. And over here, broke straight through it. And it's now basically resistance. So that's the body, but all of these bounces will be off different components inside there. So you could break it down to something smaller than a weekly and go through. Even this has actually already got other parts to it. That's sort of been your biggest FOMO level through the whole thing.
Yeah. Just the origin is created by either touch. Like I always was focused on the opposite candle, but it doesn't matter. Like touch is touch.
Yeah. So this here touched, doesn't go back, bounce. So that's basically your origin. When you're looking at the gap between these candles, depends on how many you've got in there. Sometimes you got to watch out for that, because if you got, say, 3 candles in there and you only have a 1 candle gap here, then you might find that that gap does not exist on another time frame, and that is not actually going to be an origin level. So that's something that can catch you out if there's only 1 candle in it and there's lots of candles in the upwards range. But yeah. Back up above trend. That was a beautiful example of a soybean tweet. Straight down from the top side of the trend, hits the origin, hangs around for 6 days, goes back up. And then breaks the level anyway. And that's a pretty, I'd sort of call that a relatively crappy one, but it did have quite a big deviation, which means if it comes back to that level again, it might have a more exact bounce, which is this here. But only back up to the range trend, which hated life. So down it goes.
It's beautiful, man.
Yeah. It's not so bad on a weekly. There's not so much noise on a weekly. So you can just, even this level, like the fact it did such a big deviation below it and took all that liquidity, that's typically going to mean you're going to get a big pump out of it. That was that last run up. And then of course this range trend on the weekly coming through here, that's the one you want to break. So if you were to go to the beach and do nothing for the last part of the cycle and just wait for the price to get over that trend, then that's probably going to be about where the bottom truly is on the weekly. And if we can get through that, then we can start to consider getting back up into those 3-digit numbers again.
I still have 2 or 3 questions actually.
Yeah, sure.
I hope there's still enough time.
Oh,
Kidding you. Right. You probably have a lot of videos about pure and non-pure levels.
yeah.
Maybe I haven't seen them yet, but Uh, just pure levels are more relevant than non-pure, or
So pure levels are just going to be 2 candles because,
it's just yeah.
yeah, that's all it is. A range means you've got more than one candle traveling in that direction. So if you've got one candle engulfing one, and then one going back the other way, and then one going back the next, the prior way, then all you've really got on the time frame you're looking at is just a whole bunch of consolidation. But if you turn the time frame down, you'll find that some of those 1 candles become 2 candles or 3 candles. So 2 candles would be a pure range. It's the biggest time frame that the range can exist on, because anything higher isn't going to be 2 candles anymore. It's going to be one. So that's all pure is. And where it becomes important is if you're looking at breaking a level, you've got to spend the right amount of time above or below a level if you want to break it in an accumulation or distribution. And that's where if you're looking at a level on the daily chart and it spends one day above it and then turns around and goes back down, well, was that a pure daily range, or were you actually looking at a 3-day range on the daily chart and it didn't spend enough time above it? And or even to the point where maybe you look at those candles and you go, well, hold on a second, the candle before this one started underneath, which actually means my 3-day candle never even opened above the level, and therefore I couldn't break the level. So it's kind of about identifying the time frame required to break the level. And you can use things like the Origin bot to just use a debug on some of the levels, and that'll tell you all the ones they exist on, or the dashboard thing can just
Yeah.
search by the price of it, and that'll tell you as well.
You also said once something very logical, that you cannot trade a weekly on a monthly because there's not always the same amount of weeks in a month.
Yeah,
So
it's not fractal. Yeah.
yeah. So would it be better to trade a weekly on a 28-day time frame?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
you could use like 96 days and then drop it down to 28. It's really, to get perfect levels, you've sort of got to make sure that you can have equal amounts of candles inside of whatever candles you're looking at. But yeah, it does work more often than not to go from monthly down to weekly. It does work. And weekly down to daily. Pretty much anything can go to daily. So sometimes it's just not perfect. You might end up with a bit of a near miss. Monthly, in a nutshell, monthly is not perfect because there's a different amount of days in a month. So yeah, I've been caught out by that. Just monthly moves that kick off 2 days early, stuff like that.
Yeah. So the Orthodox Jews are right. After all, we maybe should switch back to the lunar cycle.
Yeah. Yeah. I think
And
we should just have 28 days in a month, every month. Screw
yeah,
it.
would be more comfortable for the traders.
Yeah.
And what's your opinion on weekly versus 7-day?
Well, they start at different times. So weeklies will start on a Monday, and 7 days don't typically start on a Monday. So that's kind of it. They're really pretty much the same time frames with very slightly different anchor points. And then of course 5-day, which is different depending on whether you're dealing with stocks or crypto, because 5-day has a couple of empty days in it when you're dealing with stocks. So Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday, Monday to Friday. Weekend doesn't really exist. And of course, if you're dealing with 5-day, it's going to have a different start point every week, because it's going to go Monday to Friday, then it's going to go Saturday through Wednesday. So,
Yeah,
so
I
but
think
they
yeah.
both work.
Yep.
It's really just about time, price and time. So if you are changing the direction of something, if the price reverses and it reverses more in the same amount of time, then you can have a trend, you can have a hole, you can have a reversal, you can have a break. It's all basically just price and time.
I'm almost done.
Shoot.
I'm gonna ask a question from a
Yeah.
friend of mine.
Yeah.
Greetings go out to Mike. Yeah, when Bitcoin zero?
I don't know if we can technically get to zero because there's someone who has a limit order sitting at pretty close to zero for 21 million. So technically it can never go to zero because someone's going to buy it at $1.
Yeah, but there's a lot of range trends, at least going into a direction or other levels. So, what do you think would be like realistic where it could go? Like if it really, really would go down.
Like really, how low do I think we could go this cycle? The absolute lowest?
Yeah.
Probably about 25, 21,
25.
26, somewhere in there. That would be the really low area for
Super,
BTC, and that's stupidly bearish. Where most things are pointing is between 48 and 30. It's in that area. So, and we do have some pretty big supports around the 50s as well, even 56, 58. Some pretty big stuff there.
Okay. Then one last off-topic question. How do you feel about the new Stargate series being cancelled?
Oh, did it? Oh, that
It
sucks.
was cancelled. Yeah.
Why'd they cancel it?
Their explanation basically was that it was too good for fans, like it was too much for fans, and the mainstream wouldn't like it. So
Oh, really?
can't. Yeah.
So it's not that aliens are true and they're now scared about offending them.
might be the true reason. Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. That would have been quite good. I probably would have definitely watched some of that while I was waiting for entries.
For sure. Yeah, I loved reading that you were watching SG1 because it's also one of my favorite shows. So
Yeah, I like the episodes where you can see the zippers on the back of the aliens.
yeah.
If you ever want to see the evolution of cameras, just watch that series from start to finish.
All right. Yeah, my 30 minutes are filled already. I want to thank you a lot. Also,
No worries.
Mr. Blue and the other people.
No
You're
worries.
doing a great work. I'm mostly a lurker.
Yeah.
Been in the dark, like watching you guys, but yeah, I appreciate it a lot.
Okay. All right.
All right. I don't know how to wish you luck for the next few hours. Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah.
for what you're doing.
6 more hours. Okay. I'll survive.
Thanks a lot.
See ya. Bye. Bye. 5 more hours. I feel like I'm losing time somewhere.
Time to donate Red Bull.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. More manipulation. Just follow it. Make money along the way. Do you need a massive amount of money to understand whales? No. You just need a massive amount of money to be one. All right. Was it 4 hours? I don't know if I trust this clock on the live stream up in the top corner of YouTube. Hey, Chad.
Hello,
Hello. How you doing?
can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Hello,
Hello.
hello,
Hello.
hello, can you go?
I can hear you. Can everyone hear Chad? Hello. Hello, hello. Now I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Sin?
Can everyone hear Chad?
Yeah,
Hello.
I can hear me.
I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No? Yes, hello?
Hello. Hello, hello. I might just turn my headphones off and on again.
You know? Oh, hang on. Oh, if I can.
Hello.
Just had to plug a headset in so I can hear.
Oh.
Is it working? Not working.
Everyone say hello. Group hellos.
See, I swear that Google Sheet says 3 o'clock. It's 15. That's 3.
Feels like 3 o'clock now.
Hey, see, you're not even halfway through my shift yet. You'll be fine. I thought it was yesterday, so if I self-mute myself, it's because I'm organizing a guy to grab a car off someone, just on phone. But should be fine.
Someone who's going to be somewhat disappointed with losing their ride.
Yeah, he said
Should-
he had to drive back to London in a bit, and I said I don't really care.
Yeah, should have paid for it.
Exactly. But also, half the people have asked you half my questions.
Yeah.
So just gonna have to go through some selfish ones.
I like the one about Stargate.
So, yeah, but there's too many shows to watch at the moment.
Yeah.
But have you watched Yellowstone and stuff like that yet?
Not Yellowstone, no.
Oh, so good. So good. That's one. I've asked my virtual Sin because obviously I've been building him now. So I just said, what missing gaps do we have?
Yeah.
And one of them was like, what do you do when there's the stacked hold levels are close together? Do they like if you've got multiple hold levels close together? Do you compound them or do they cancel each other out?
On the same time frame or on different time frames?
Both.
Um,
So probably obviously different ones. So like if you had like a 1 hour one above a 4 hour one above like a 1 day one.
okay, so if you
There's
had
obviously
that, you would start with the highest and you'd refine down because you can't go backwards in time. So the 1 hour could be a greedy entry for the daily, but if the 1 hour is behind the daily, then it's not going to be relevant anymore. So that would be the answer to that. If they're on different time frames, if they're on the same time frame, just stay the hell out of the trade because it's just clearly in chop, you know.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. What else was it missing? When we were at the bottom now, I longed 62.9, which is obviously in hindsight a very good entry.
Yep.
But obviously the timing wise, because we kept going the range up to 66, 67.
Yeah.
Obviously I TP there thinking we were going to come back down and I could just do the whole trade again. And then obviously we never came back down. If you're at the top of the range, instead of TP, because I was like, oh, if it goes to 66, obviously I've got this good TP. I was up 40%. And I was like, if it goes down, I don't want to obviously lose it. And then like, obviously I could have trailed my stop loss. But then it's just a bit sad when you do that. But if you're at the top of the range, would you just wait to see if you break into the next range? Or would you
I'd TP.
just take the TP?
Yeah, I'd TP. I'd TP, then I'd wait. Because, you know, there's a pretty good chance you're going to reject the top of the range, particularly if it's the first time you go near it. So that's no, I would have TP'd, particularly even right now, just the proximity that we are to the daily trend, the proximity that we are to the weekly trend, the fact that the backside hold is a prior tested hold, it's not the first bounce of it. There's bigger levels in play, and we keep closing bearish closes every day. So yeah, it's a pretty good place to TP.
Yeah.
And now you
Yeah,
could just
another-
sit back and wait to see if we actually get over the daily or if we actually get over the weekly.
No, that makes sense. So I'm to say that obviously, I mean, we probably only came up this high because of the short squeeze to the liquidation cluster up to like 72 anyway. So hopefully we just take
Yeah.
that and then die again.
I mean, we've been pulling back. We've got sort of that layered liquidity down at about 67.5, and then we've got it down a bit lower again. So yeah, we're still sort of just pulling back on the where was that range we lost? We lost a 4-hour range.
Yeah.
Somewhere in here. Yeah. So this wants to break down. So no, not a bad place to TP at all. TP'd into a trend, and now you just sit back and wait to see if we can actually break it.
Cool. Yeah, it's annoying because I had my short waiting at like 70-ish, but obviously I was sleeping, so I never got the 69.5.
Mm.
But then I wake up and obviously we're down like a few dollars, and then every single indicator I've made is like, why didn't you enter? And I was like, because I was sleeping. But I don't sleep often, but when I do, it's when the fucking thing changes.
Yeah. Common problem with sleeping.
Yeah. Okay. Next question was time. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose it's the same thing for like timing. Like if you, like I was waiting for the low. Obviously, when we went to like 59, I waited for like the reversal, because I'm all about like the counting, and obviously, it worked out. I mean, to be fair, my indicator picked it 12 hours before camels, so fuck him. For this low, when you wait for like if it's a major pivot low, like the one we did take, I think, do you, once we get there, would you, obviously if you're going for like a bigger swing position, do you wait for the confirmation? So I'd say, because if we range tested it, would you have TP'd and re-entered, or because you're going for a bigger position, would you have just stuck with it?
So on this particular low, I just waited for a 3-minute reversal and then flipped up to the 15-minute chart after that, but that was about it. It was a level that we weren't going to not bounce. We were too far away from the weekly trend to have any real problems, and yeah, we got a pretty decent reversal almost straight away when we entered the level. So that was, but there's other levels I wouldn't be so sure on. If we hadn't have dropped so quickly, then it'd be a bit of a different story.
Yeah, just, I mean, I suppose some people are just surprised. I mean, I was quite looking forward to this daily. Well, I would go with Camel's daily cycle low anyway. Like it worked quite well, and I mean, it seemed quite easier for a bounce here. But it just depends if we go for the 72, 70, 73 level or not. But
yeah, we've got, the more we go down at the moment, the more people will open shorts. And BTC hasn't gone to its sort of minimum retracement levels yet, so, and it's got the liquidity there to do it. So I'd say we're just gonna probably build a wee bit more on the alts. There is a pile going down to 60 though when you start looking up the time frames.
yeah, when it broke from 61 and never really retested, it just kept going.
Yeah, and I do wonder because we got that really big stuff kind of sitting down at 58 down here, 58, 59. So whether or not this is just all inducement. And we've already sort of broken that range trend. So that should get us back down to 65. And then if we lose that hold, that can get us down to these retests and that hold level. So that's back to 63. Doesn't take much then to lose that. And if we lose that, back down here. So only really takes about 3-4 hour levels to be lost, and you're back at the bottom again.
Yeah. So we've got 3 one-day longs now waiting for activations. 64.
These ones. This
yeah,
one,
there's so many.
That one there might be alright. Don't know about that one. Depends on how it closes. If it pushes back in under the break, back in under the trend, and it's come from the wrong side of that range trend, I don't know if I trust that hold. If we do touch that though at the same time that we basically bounce on BTC or Sol BTC, then that could be a reason to take that back up.
Would you wait for it to open the other side of the trend, or would you just TP at the trend if we did activate that?
That hold there. If we hit that hold at the same time as we get strength on Sol BTC and on BTC, then it'll come back up here and test the backside of this hold again. So you just take it from there, and you can take the minimum move on it if you wanted to, but it's probably going to come up here. The catch is if you don't, and if it keeps grinding down and then closes under that range trend, it'll reject that range trend and come down into the body of this hold, and so then that's the hold that's more likely to bounce.
Yeah, makes sense.
This one's already been tested, so yeah, it only takes one more day to lose that entire range, really. So this candle's kind of touching. Yeah, if it got stuck under the trend and had one more bad day, you could lose that range, and then you get to go test that lower stuff, which is where the bigger entries really are.
I mean, if we retested the 64 to down to the 59, 58, wouldn't that count as if we bottomed there? That'd be like a double bottom, like reverse W, M pattern, whatever, and then up from there, hopefully. But
yeah, this kind of thing.
If it goes through it though, it's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Claude had a question that's missing from our thing. To win, so obviously it goes. I'll scrape it basically after all your transcripts and then everything you put in the members' chats every day without fail so far.
Yeah.
But sometimes it misses some of the words, especially if you yawn when you're trying to say something. It doesn't.
I do that a lot.
It doesn't understand. Yeah. So it's asking, to when the range trend breaks and you're waiting for the retest, where specifically does the retest end? Is it the midpoint of the range trend, the anchor wick, or just the trend line in quotation marks?
So if the range trend breaks, you would look for it to either come down to the next untouched hold and potentially create a range trend off that to then continue the move to in the same direction or whatever direction it was, or it's going to lose the bottom of that range. So if this trend through here, which might be a range trend, yeah, looks like it went into the body. So if this candle, which is kind of touching it, it's not going to break it. If the next one broke this range trend, the only chance it's really got is for this hold to create a new range trend and to keep laddering the price. If this hold failed, it's going to come and lose that whole wick, gone straight down.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm sure Claude will appreciate the context.
So if you want to see like awesome shorts, awesome or some longs, it's when every single hold is tested on the way up, and then it loses that range trend, and it just goes straight down. That's the kind of thing that can happen.
So do you? I know because on some of my trade alerts, I've got a conviction scoring. So obviously we always say about if the origin level's been touched, like every candle multiple times it's been touched, and obviously like there's, even though it still could bounce or still could work, obviously it gives it like less of an effect.
Yeah.
Do you mentally do that, or do you just track that through like the origin bots and see if it's touched or not?
No, I do mentally do that. I guess it's just become natural over time. I'd look at, and I'd have considerations like, did the candles close blue after they bounced in here, or did they close yellow? Because the hold level, if it's got lots of strength to it, it's going to enter and it's going to come back up and it's going to be yellow candle. Once you get candles starting to close blue, then you're not that far away from candles closing inside, and then you're not that far away from closes that are stuck inside and getting hard closed. And so I would mentally look at a hold level and go, has it been tested? What was the result? Did it create a yellow candle? Bounce out of it, in which case I'd be more comfortable in taking it. And so I'd look at that. And of course, has the origin level that created that hold been tested? Because if the origin level that created the hold has been tested, the hold is probably stuffed, because the hold should not have let the price get to the origin level. So you don't take a hold if the origin's already been hit.
Cool. Let's see. What was this one? So one of the questions that's also missing the context, I think, for a backside retest after a range trend break, does the confirmation candle rules still apply, or do you enter on the close of the breaking candle?
So for a backside retest, for a backside retest, you quite often will not have the opportunity to enter on a confirmation candle because the bounce will be too fast. So maybe on a really low time frame, like if you're looking at a daily backside, you might catch some kind of reversal on a 3-minute or something like that. But typically the backsides can bounce before they even touch, so it doesn't even look like they're tested. So that's why you've got to be careful of those near miss levels, particularly on backside bounces, because sometimes they've played out, but you don't know it.
That makes sense. Have you ever used a Gridbot before?
Yep.
And what do you think about it? Because to be fair, like out of all my things I've been building so far, it's probably one of like the most, I wouldn't say accurate, but because it's placing so many trades with such tight stop losses, it's like outperforming the rest of my stuff.
If you were to find a big move, like let's say you found say a 4-month hold on BTC, which was that kind of bounce between 60k and 68, then up to 79. If you were to open a long grid bot at the entry of that and then just let it run and stop the bot when it hit, say, 68 or 79, which would be your choice, then that would work quite well, because you could just disappear and let it bounce up and down, because it's never a straight line. So it's always going to be moving sort of up and down, up and down. It's not, because it's only taking really small buys and sells, it's really going to work better the more chop there is in the move and the more consolidation there is in the move. If you'd used a grid bot at the prior cycle bottom, you had at least 5-6 months in the lows, that would have worked quite well. Where they don't really pay off versus normal trading is if you're actually in a ranging market, because they just get left behind. And so then you can use things like martingale bots, which will just buy the dip and then sell it out again as it bounces back up. But even those aren't really going to be as good as just trading it. Most of the time, it's just not as good as trading it. So,
That makes sense. I had like 12 DCA bots in the beginning
Mm.
of the last cycle, to be fair, but obviously they only go in one direction.
yeah,
So for the first like 4 months, when the market actually went up, they were doing like really well, and then the next 4 months they only went down.
yeah,
And then they just get stuck buying, and it's like, well, I need to sell because it just
yeah.
never. It has to go up at least a few percent, and it just never did.
So I used to use weekly bots, just grid bots on just weekly moves, and just let them chug along in the background. But really, they didn't actually earn that much money compared to just opening at the bottom and TPing at the top. But yeah, if you went back to something like, do you remember a token called Link?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Link spent about 2 years in a tight consolidation range. And it's stuff like that that was really good on GridBots because it just spent so long going sideways that you would have made good money off GridBots.
Yeah, I sold all my Link like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I mean, I sold everything, but fucking Soul. Should have sold Soul with the rest of it.
Don't worry, you can still sell it. It's just going to be cheaper.
No, I don't have any now. I sold it when we hit that last top at 253.
Yeah.
Just got liquidated all at the end on October 10th anyway, but doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
I should laugh. That was.
Nice.
I just I got a notification actually a couple of days ago from BitGet telling me that they want me to switch to a unified trading account, or there's some functions or features I won't be able to use anymore, blah blah blah. And I thought to myself, you've got to be effing kidding me. Like the last time exchanges were pushing unified trading accounts, it was to get all of that shit token that was sitting in people's wallets in behind their trades as collateral. And then, of course, when that stuff got liquidated, it just absolutely destroyed the market. And so they're pushing unified trading accounts again. I don't know if that's good.
No, it's always like a canary in the coal mine. Like they know, like maybe they give like 3 months notice, and then like if everyone joins now, by the time October comes or September for the low, it's just everyone's gonna get wrecked again.
Yeah. So that was my ding ding warning bell went off when I saw that, and I thought, oh great.
No, it's quite annoying because even like that week, I survived, made it back. I made it back with, but I lost 50K in 15 minutes. Made back, I think 33.
Yeah.
A few weeks after, or a few months after that, and then bloody stop losses after that just ruined it.
Yeah.
It's annoying because I think I did like 4 months without losing a trade, and then just lost fucking. I mean, obviously, because obviously I was staggering my DCA on my limits down, and then it was quite annoying. I tried to get a refund, so Jupiter is. See, sometimes it's good UI, but obviously I know some people don't like Jupe. Sometimes I like Jupe, but my one limit order, which would have saved me, so I got liquidated by 3 cents. The last limit order I had, which would have put me down like $2-3 more, never activated. And then so I spoke to them about the limit order or refund. They gave me the refund for my limit order, not the whole thing. And I was like, guys, but my whole thing would have been fine if you had activated the limit order when it was supposed to. And they're like, well, it's not a problem. And then magically my limit order money came back. And I was like, oh, thanks for that. Yes, $2,000, but you lost 50. And I was like,
yeah.
But
On one hand, I sort of felt for what some of the exchanges lost because they lost a lot. Their liquidation funds getting drained, etc. I mean, the people that won out of it were ultimately just the big whales that probably triggered it. But yeah, the exchanges. I'm surprised there wasn't, an exchange go bust after that. But
yeah, but that's where you can't, like, as much as they lost the money, that's where you almost think it's coordinated. Because how did they not go bust? Because they seem
yeah,
to go bust for a lot more, like less money. And like now you've probably lost users plus money, plus like influence and contacts in the big world.
Yeah.
And it's like I've not heard like a single exchange that's gone like maybe it's obviously some of the hedge funds went under
Yeah.
that are over leveraged, but no exchange has gone under.
No, well, I mean, they lost their liquidation funds. So afterwards, you'll notice that after that, the spreads were really wide, and a lot of people were getting liquidated on small positions, high leverage, etc., for a period after that. And that's the bit that kind of I noticed that bugged me more so than what happened on October 10. October 10 was ultimately a ginormous leverage unwind because of shit collateral. But the bit that then happened was most of the exchanges started sending out vouchers for people to open grid bots and various bits and pieces to try and get people back into the market. But at the same time, the spread was really wide, and that meant that anyone opening leverage positions could be liquidated really quickly and easily, because the market makers just weren't that interested in keeping the spread tight. So for weeks after that, you just had to watch out for wicks. Just
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's kind of like the gap between, so like, so say, the gap between Jupiter and Binance has always been 12 cents, and then it hovers between there. But after that, it went up to 20 cents, and the gap to BitGet and Jupiter went up to about 63 cents, which at the highest.
Yeah. And I think, that period afterwards was basically a case of, well, there would have been a lot of people trying to work their way back, and it was at the same time, I'd say the exchanges at that particular moment were just trying to liquidate as many people as they could so that they could recover and rebuild those liquidation funds, because they come from the difference, effectively the early difference of people getting liquidated. A little bit, you get liquidated early compared to the position, and a little bit goes into the liquidation fund. And then that fund is meant to mean that if there's ever a really big spike through a level, then it's all really just to protect the exchange, so the exchange doesn't lose. But ultimately, it comes from users getting liquidated in the first place. So the only way to rebuild it is to liquidate a whole bunch more users after being liquidated.
Well, I'm glad I could contribute to their funds to make their money back.
Yeah.
Okay. Claude said, ask this question, you might sound smart. So when so like when you're stuck in between a dual of some of your bots, I mean not some of your bots, some of your videos you talk about obviously when you get stuck in like a sandwich between two different levels. So if you were stuck in, it's asking with a dual origin sandwich, so I'm assuming that's when you got high time frame origins above and below. So when the price is just like oscillating, bouncing up and down between them, and neither side is breaking, like, do you think you could use the Sol BTC ratio as like a breaker for like a directional bias? Like if it's Sol's gonna break out of that?
Yep, and you can use the totals too. So if Sol is sandwiched between two levels, you could look at the totals. You could look at Sol BTC. Yeah, either of those will give you a guideline as to which way it's going to go.
Yeah, as you were talking to, was it the first or second or third person you're talking about totals and stuff, and then I did the transcript from the first video this morning. So obviously, I mean, I've got like totals on my TradingView chart, but I didn't have it, so I could pull the info for it straight into my system. And then it was like, why don't you have this totals? And I was like, oh, you see, that's a good idea. So I've now got a Sol BTC, a totals, and a Sol versus totals indicator, so I can just pull all the data straight to my system. But, okay. We'll tell Claude he's smart from this one. What other questions we got?
You're going to end up marrying this thing.
Mate, I'm telling you, I think I've got a 70,000 line context for my virtual SYN. Because I did one for you, and then I did one for Blue, and then I just combined them to make a FibLab one. And then I've got one for like, I think I've got one for like Crown, which does different type of seed trading. Then I've got one for Trading Parrot, and then I just make them compete with each other all the time.
Have you got Camel?
I started them, and then I realized, like, other than like every 3 weeks or 70 days when you're waiting for a cycle low, you don't really do anything.
Yeah. Oh.
And unless you've doing big positions, trading cycle. I mean, it's good. I like cycle trading, but unless you've got like putting in 20 grand at a time or 30 grand or 50 grand, if you're doing 200 quid every 70 days, even on a
Yeah.
leveraged long, it's not really going to go anywhere.
No.
So it's good if you're doing a big pivot position, but if you just obviously like leverage trading and scalping makes so much better.
You should get
Yeah.
Virtual Camel to start a relationship with Virtual Blue. I'm sure Blue would like that.
It wouldn't surprise me. Blue is Dutch, so they do like weird stuff in the Netherlands.
Loves camels.
Have you noticed any new interesting counts? I know. I remember last year you told me about doing like checking the 70-day counts and stuff like that. So obviously worked out pretty good. Have you noticed any other interesting patterns these days?
Probably lots, but none that come to mind initially. Noticed a lot of stuff around, structural balance, and stuff that I need to probably spend a bit of time digging into. But just if we've got an equal level of levels getting created in both directions, what's the price differential between each level that gets created is definitely going to be something of interest, because that would point out trends and trend change. So yeah, there's lots of things that you do notice, and then you just got to find the time to bother going into them if you have spare time.
Yeah, because I remember, let's say last year, what's that other Tom? What's his name? What's got YouTube? The Trading Apologist. He brought one up, but I'd already noticed. So last year there was when Bitcoin gets stuck in a channel and then it bounces from the top of the channel down the trend line to the bottom one and then back. There was one end of last year for about 3 weeks, or not 3 weeks, but it took 14 days. Every 14 days was hitting the other side of the channel.
Yeah.
And it just stuck for about 3-month period. It just worked out so well, just going off the counts.
Yeah, I guess it's the same thing with a lot of trends will stay long enough so that they, up until people think they get what they are, and then they change. So it's sort of the same as what you typically get in the whole Monday to Friday type thing. The trend might change on a Tuesday, and it won't be until maybe the Wednesday or the Thursday that people go, oh, I see this change, and then they come in and then it changes again. So it's yeah.
I did actually have a question about Tuesday or Wednesday. Where did we go with that? So obviously Tuesday's always been kind of like the reversal date. And then Thursday obviously just follows the trend or reverses the opposite way. But when I did so I've got all the Binance data from now until like 2020, and we kind of worked out like the worst like trend decision day is a Wednesday, and I was like, oh shit. Do you have a specific day that you also think is a bad day for trends and stuff?
Yeah, I always found that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were basically the best days for anything, and then pretty much Monday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday were often the days that, if you thought you were seeing that trend change on the Wednesday or the Thursday, you were probably already too late. Was kind of the gist of it. You kind of had to be in there on the change as you flowed from Monday to Tuesday, and then you could maybe hold it to the Thursday, and then if you jumped in the Thursday, it was probably too late. So when I was working full time and then trading, I ended up just taking those mid-week days off because they were the best.
Yeah, it's like London time frame. So on our time zone, the London morning is the worst time to trade, which is it's obviously like when it's like 2, 3, 4 in the morning in the US.
Yeah.
Obviously, is like and stuff. That's when it's like here, and like one of the back tests I did was just like, just don't do it. And I was like, look, so when I wake up, like I think a quarter of all my losses have been waking up being like, oh, this is a good level, and then because of the time zone, and then over the years I've just noticed it's just the worst time to ever trade.
So I think that's
Is
about 7 or 8 o'clock my time, I think.
yeah,
And it's kind of where there's that period where Hong Kong kind of hands off to London, and there's often just absolute shit price action in that sort of hour, 2 hours.
yeah. That's I need to move time zones. Yeah. Is let's go structure specific questions that we might be missing. So when two origins from different time frames sit within like 0.5% of each other, do you stack them as one level or do you treat them independently with separate entries and stops for each one? Like if you were would you trade them both or would you just be like, oh, this is a super origin, like there's less than $1 between them? Would you just do one big trade for both of them? Because if it broke through the first one, you would hope it would, I suppose, bounce off the second one.
I don't know whether you don't tend to run into that terribly often where there's a really close price between two levels. They either seem to be the same price, the same level, but just on multiple time frames. In which case, what you got to do is look at the biggest one. If there was a couple of levels that were really close together, you'd have to have a look to see what the trend and the holds are for each, and what the targets are for each, and then basically just take it to the most conservative of both of them if it hit both of them.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's about all you could do.
Is there? Yeah. No, go.
Yeah, you definitely. If you only looked at one of them, chances are you get bitten in the ass by the other one. It might have a hold level sitting closer to the level or something along those lines.
No, that makes sense. Is there a maximum age for untouched origins before it loses like relevance? Like, obviously, I know. I mean, we go like 11 weeks, 12 weeks, or 1 day, 3 days. But
nope.
Like, if you had a 12-month untouched origin versus a 2-week one, like, does time decay the probability of it, or does it make it stronger?
Oh, if anything, time frame and age makes it bigger, makes it stronger. Think of the people that have patiently waited to long or short those levels for how long? Very long time.
Yeah, I wish it were. No, go on. You can say it.
Big patient money.
Yeah. So then when we were scalping the origins when we first went from 83 to 98, and obviously when we did that break from like 89 upwards, like we just went through all the levels, like even like some of the bearish origins to range trends, like I just bloody went through it. So I swear they all work, just when I'm not doing that.
Or what happens is you go through them, and then because they exist on a relatively high time frame, a while later you come back. I think we might have touched on in a video when we went through that 9-day one, and I said, well, we're up through this thing. It's gonna come back down, but it's how long could it spend up there? And of course, it did spend 9 days or whatever up there before it actually came back down. So that's the thing you got to watch with those high time frame ones. If there's plenty of liquidity below them, they can go down there, they can stay down there, they can get people to capitulate and sell their positions or buy tops that what was it, Marvel? There was some stock that we saw on as well that just went straight through a level, and it stayed up there for ages before it came back down, but it was just a really high time frame.
Yeah, they had a really good
year. Yeah. And then that's sort of why those singularity levels react very quickly generally, because they only exist on one time frame. That one time frame is going to close and there's no others. So, They tend to
No, makes sense.
bounce, reverse, whatever,
But
pretty quickly.
yeah, the 98 level bloody, I don't say ruined me, but I had a big ass short, and
Yeah.
then I had a stop loss. Whatever we stopped at was 13 cents. We went 13 cents further than my stop loss because I wasn't even going to put one because I wasn't going to get liquidated, but I put one because I was spending too much time in there and
Yeah.
in general. And when we put the 109 target, and I had 103 target anyway for like longs, and I was like, obviously if my short got liquidated, I was like, let me put a stop loss and then I'll have more funds because then I can long the 103, 109. Obviously, we hit my stop loss by 13 cents and then fucking came down. And it's like, I would have been up like 3,000%. And I was like, I just shouldn't have done it. Next time, I'd rather just get liquidated. Fuck it. Like, because you fucking called bingo at 95. I swear, every time you call bingo, it fucking dies.
Yeah. Good old bingo.
It's going to be banned. I'm going to tell Blue we're going to make it banned. Bloody Discord. No more bingos.
No more bingos.
It happened last time you called bingo as well.
Yeah, well, it's the least the least of our worries at the moment. We got to go back up or we die.
Bloody just the same as James and his emails, Kramer and his tweets. Now
I
it's
think
bloody Sin and bingo.
That's every time he says retire on something.
Oh, don't even.
Or,
I remember that.
Or Marty's tweet, the bottom is in.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I remember last year you were doing that live stream and he literally sent out that email and within 13 seconds the bloody price turned on sale.
Yeah.
I think I've still got the screenshot somewhere. That's crazy.
It's funny. It actually sort of shows how very emotional he actually is around, price. He sees these things and he thinks he falls into exactly the same trap that every single retail trader would. Looks at it and goes, it's pumping. It's not going to stop.
You see, I'm too paranoid right now. Every time it goes up, I just picture Blue going, it's going down.
Yeah, well, every time the price is going up, I'm just looking for resistance. I'm just going, okay, where's it? Where am I going to take my profits?
Yeah. Okay, next question from Claude. If you were doing a fib scalp, if the price blows straight through the 0.618s without pausing, do you chase that? Do you chase like then an entry or TP, or do you just skip the entire fib scalp?
If it goes through the 618. So
yeah. So obviously before you've entered, like say it comes to entry, comes then past the next one, like but it came down without showing any kind of support. Would you just then avoid it because it's probably not worth it, or would you wait for like the 0.5 to get in as like the last entry for it?
I'm still a bit confused by this question. So if it's gone through the 1618, that means it went to the entry, then went along its path. So you would have got an enter, you would have entered, and you would have got your TP.
That makes sense.
Now, if it blew through the 0618, well, you wouldn't have known that was going to happen. So you would have already had your TP sitting there at the 1618. So you would have at least taken 50%. If you wanted to look at it, say from a probability perspective of could it go lower, you would have to look at what's actually there to support it. Like where is the trend, and are there any other hold levels that could ladder off? So if you were up in here somewhere, so whatever time frame was up in here that rejected, say this candle here, created that dump, the first thing you'd be doing is you'd be looking along here and going, do we have any support? And probably the first support is kind of like a tested origin, and if that failed, it's going to keep going down. But you'd probably still just take your first TP at the 1618.
That makes sense.
And then it ends up going all the way down there.
Yeah.
But you don't know it's going to do that.
That makes sense. For obviously this way type of trading, do you think like, because obviously Sol is out of BTC, ETH, and then Sol is the most volatile.
Hmm.
So, which is obviously the best reason to do it. Do you think that Sol is like for just this type of trading specifically? Like, do you think ETH is better than Sol, or Sol's better than ETH just for trading?
Sol. Yeah,
Is
Sol's.
that because of the volatility?
Yeah. Just, yep. ETH doesn't work. Although there is something. So I used to trade ETH because it almost seemed to be a delayed move compared to BTC. So you could just look at BTC. BTC would do something. ETH would follow almost with a delay. So. Oh, there we go. Sneeze.
You are blessed.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, I used to trade ETH a little bit. Oh, here we go. Not this again.
Double blessings.
Yeah. Gotta have some water. But I've only really taken a few trades on ETH, and they weren't big. And when I did take those trades on ETH, I was actually taking trades on other things as well. And it was more because if ETH was going through the motions it was going through, I knew other tokens would be bouncing along the same lines. So
yeah,
I kind of opened a position on ETH and took it up. It was a weekly move, so just took it up on a weekly move. And whilst at the time Sol was kind of in limbo, but it was knowing that ETH had X amount of movement that it was going to go through meant that the overall market was probably also going to be stronger for that same period of time. So kind of used it as a bit of a barometer. Other than that, nah.
No, because I mean I've noticed like for even even doing like the normal fibs and everything else. To be fair, ETH and BTC work so much better than Sol, but you spend double the time waiting.
Yeah.
Because Sol's just obviously so much more volatile. Which is one of the questions I needed to ask Blue, because obviously I know he does obviously more RSI than you. So I've got like RSI gates and stuff on like all my trading systems. So like if a trade if the gates say it's above too much like an RSI level, it won't automatically enter.
Oh, yeah.
Or same as below. So obviously because it doesn't want to get stuck in a chop. So I've got like a gates conviction score. And then like on my back testing, I've got like the RSI level can like exceed double the distance of BTC and ETH because it's so much more volatile. So I just wanted to know if he's noticed the same thing, but I'll have to ask him in one of his live streams that seems to be becoming rarer and rarer.
He's around somewhere. You say?
Yeah, but he's got to wait every couple of weeks. He used to be weekly on a Thursday.
What's he up to now? What's he doing on a Thursday now? Did he get a girlfriend?
Well, at least he's not still watching Game of Thrones.
Can't watch Stargate now. Got cancelled.
There's always something else to find.
Not better. Not better.
Hey, to be fair, if Sol goes to 300, you could just fund and make your own Stargate yourself.
Yeah, it's true. And if it goes to $9.
Yeah, that's just same thing. But you could just take all the footage and then just try out make your own episodes with AI. To be fair, some of it looks really good these days.
Yeah. Should have just bought
Hype.
Hype still
Should have bought Hype. It's annoying because if there's only 3 tokens you can perp on Jupiter. And I keep asking when they're gonna add more, and it's like Hype is technically like I don't know why if you had the choice between Sol and Hype, you wouldn't just buy Hype.
Well, Jupiter and Hype are probably competing platforms. Really, they most likely don't want to endorse Hype.
See, he's still watching Game of Thrones. I swear he's got a different girlfriend now than the one he watched it with, though. So did he start again, or did he say, "Oh, I watched up to here before and just didn't say it was with her"?
It's Marty's mum.
Paul Martin. See, if he was in the UK, he could fully report you for bullying.
Hate speech. Hate speech.
Oh mate, I'm all about the hate speech. I think they hate me. They don't understand. The rest of us are the third worlders. Just say what the fuck we want.
Starting to get somewhere
think-
interesting.
I think that's all of 67.58. So I mean, we've got the CME gap at 66.7. So might maybe save that for tomorrow, or if we go underneath, can just long back into it. So are you still, when obviously we're in like a range now, I was going to say two questions. So obviously when we broke out of the 66 and 67, but obviously there's leeway to go to 73 because that's like some other broken levels and stuff. How do you play the bigger range while the smaller range at the same time? Do you have separate trades? Like obviously if you did like a big trade from like 60 and then the rest you just scalp in between, or like
so
it's always hard sometimes to think about the big move and the small move at the same time.
Sub account.
Yeah.
So you just have an account that is just bouncing along in the bigger move, and then you've got your scalping account.
That makes sense. Because when you first brought out the Origin bots, obviously like me and Jay Buddha, we were just like Origin scalping every day, every level. And I was like, because I'm always in like a long or a short based on like the Origin levels. Like obviously you can't really, pardon me, like, oh, because you're waiting for the next level. Like when you get so used to one way of trading in the moment, like I never looked at a range trend. I never looked at a whole, like I was just fully just going Origins to Origins. Not, I mean, fair, for 3 weeks it worked really fucking well.
Yeah.
Till into 98.
Sideways.
Both of us were waiting for like the 82.50, 81.50 levels. Obviously, we stopped at 83.50. When we went back up to 85.50, I was like, oh, it's going to surely go and like retest those like untested ones then. So I was like, I longed 83 to 85.50 high level, stood really well. And I was like, oh, if I short 85 back, I can probably get the 82, 81 better entry. And then it just never went down. And then you like, and then it just went up, and then like everything going up just didn't really seem to matter.
Yeah, that was a very nice liquidity sweep, except it didn't. It was a bit tricky. It didn't really look like a liquidity sweep. It didn't really go too far over the previous high, and yeah, it does still make you wonder if what they've created up there is basically the level that they are going to sweep at some point. But how low do we go first, and is it just basically set it up for next cycle?
Yeah, because I've got like 83 and 73 as like my next main targets for like if we like we magically pump up now, like where it's gonna stop. I think didn't you say you got, is it 74, 72? And then like 82 or something?
72, 81. I think there's a lot of levels around there. So it could happen. I mean, we're on a weekend. Got to build liquidity. It's pretty boring. It's pretty sideways. We seem to be going sideways on BTC while taking the lower liquidity at the moment from the short time frames. So it's quite possibly just got to wait. See what weekly close does. You'll know hopefully pretty quickly if these candles bounce back up in the next 10 hours and close bullishly, then you'll know, but if it's going to go up, they're not going to sit here and look like they're going to go up. They're going to look like they're going to go down, and then they'll just flip it around last minute.
Hopefully we can come down to 61, have a double bottom, and then I could just ring to. But it's like if we're only going to say 69 to 71 for the liquidation, like longing 67 and above just seems absolutely retarded. So obviously, if you get caught if we start going back down, it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
But if it's a reversal and we're going to 83, then it's definitely worth it. But getting stuck in a long for us to go down to like 55 or something, it's just not going to be fun.
No, well, I think the 50 levels, we do run into some pretty big stuff, and we could bounce from those 50 levels, and one of them in particular has kind of got a minimum level of about 79, and the other one about 90. So if it does hit those and then bounce back to 79 or 90 or somewhere in between, that's going to take out a lot, of people who've got shorts open. But it just doesn't look structurally like that's what it's going to do right now. We are laddering up. We're not really creating the type of pattern that creates a local sweepable bottom yet. So,
Oh, my replacement's arrived. Look at him.
oh, hello.
He's arrived. All right. Have fun.
See you later. Bye. How you doing?
Yeah, well, and you? Are you still alive?
I barely. I think it's not bad. It's 2 a.m.
I checked. Have you been online constantly?
I've had 2 or 3 30-minute breaks.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Are you tired of having the same questions asked?
No. Well, because people have seen the questions already answered, so a lot of them have. The last couple of sessions have been a bit more chit chat than anything else, because a lot of the questions already got answered.
So yeah, because I wanted to say to you, I haven't been online much for the last. I'm going through quite a hectic period in my life. I quit my job 6 weeks ago.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. So, well, that's part of the problem I have now. So, I've been in the corporate world for like 25 years. I worked for Dell Technologies. So,
oh yeah,
I've been earning not a massive salary, but a reasonable salary, for most of my life, and it's absolutely terrifying doing this, obviously.
Yeah.
And I mean, you would know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm still not. I'm still losing money trading. So my plan was, because I'm now in a position where I've been working for Dell for the past 3 years remotely, and we bought a farm in the middle of nowhere. So I don't have an opportunity now to work for a corporate because, and not that I want to anyway. I'll rather starve to death than work for a corporate in my lifetime again, or anyone for that matter. But my issue now is I'm sitting in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Well, not absolutely nowhere. I've got a little village near me that has 400 people, and the nearest big town's 200 kilometers away. So even if I needed to go back into the corporate world for some reason or another, I couldn't, because I can't. So the only way I can see myself making a living now is trading.
Yeah.
But I'm just not. I just don't seem to be able to get it right, and I'm like teetering on the brink of having, wondering if I should call it, but I can't call it because this is my only choice at the moment that I see. I have. So I've put so much pressure on myself now that I'm, my head's not working properly. So I'm sitting in a huge predicament that, I've got myself into such a tiz, feeling the pressure of trying to make money, that's not how you. I mean,
No.
you know that's the completely the wrong approach, because you will make one mistake after another.
Yeah, you'll make bad decisions.
Well, that's what I'm, and I seem to just be stuck in this constant loop that just never, I think I'm doing so well. I've made so many really good trades, and then it takes 3 or 4 really bad trades to mess up all the good work, and then you start doubting yourself. So I'm just in that whole cycle that I'm just don't seem to be breaking.
Well, I guess you got to figure out what's the difference between the good trades you're making and the bad trades you're making. Do you document them all? You got them all journaled?
I keep thinking I need to journal them, and then I'll end up not doing them. I mean, I've set up I don't know how many journals, and then I look at it, and I know what the problem is. I mean, there's a couple of issues. The one is that I know when I look at the trade, I can call it a good trade like 85% of the time.
Mm.
But then I've decided I want to do day trading to have like a steady income, and I want to do some swing trades, and I also want to trade crypto. So as a combination of those, which I mean, I think is possible. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, it is. But at the same time, it's you got to manage them, particularly
Of
swing
course.
trades. Because if
Yeah.
you're doing swing trades with spot, it probably doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll eventually play out. If you're doing swing trades with leverage, the structure can change, and
Yeah.
it will change
So
if too much liquidity builds up one side or the other. So yeah, it's the management of the trades, and I prefer not to have big trades open for long periods of time, particularly right now. We're
of
just
course,
where
of
we're
course. Yeah. Look, I
sitting.
mean, I realize that. One of my biggest mistakes is, because I'm now doing day trading in inverted commas, which I actually don't know what I'm doing. Then, or I'm feeling the pressure to make a trade, so I'm making trades that I shouldn't be making because now I need to do my day trading.
Mm.
Am I making sense? And then also, I don't know if I've looked at I don't know how many different ways to try and find the trades, and I've been trying to do momentum trades, and I mean those momentum trades. I think they're I've sort of realized they're too risky because you're either going to make a lot of money or you're going to lose a lot of money. So, you know, I just I don't know at this point where to. I need a structured approach, and I'm also not very good with following rules. And that's also one of my biggest problems is I make the rules and then I follow them when it suits me.
Well, it sounds like you've got many layers to this. One, it sounds like you need a consistent, tested strategy that works. Two, you got to stick to it, and that's often the undoing sometimes is you got something that works great, and then you the one time that it doesn't, you just keep on wanting it to work, so you just stay in it, which doesn't end well.
Yes.
You probably should stick to one type of trading just until you've really mastered that, rather than having lots. And if you're going to get back into, say, swing or positional trading or that kind of stuff, it's probably going to be spot, it's going to be long, and it's going to be in 3 months' time. So that's not
I've
necessarily.
definitely stopped even trying to do shorts because my skills and also it just puts too much pressure on me. So I've been doing just longs. I've stopped leverage trading completely because that also just it's putting too much pressure on me. I've now got to a point where I can't afford to lose money.
Okay.
So that makes me too nervous, and then I make completely the wrong decision. So what I've been doing is I've only been trading stocks.
Yeah.
And I've been trading small positions. But now something you said earlier is I'm trying to. So I'm using the origins mainly, and or not the holds, and I'm mainly using the origins and the other support and resistance. I'm looking at the fair value gaps, and I can see where something's going to bounce and where it's going to run into resistance. But the other thing that is one of my big problems is I watch the 5-minute candles, and when I see them starting to move up, it feels like I have to enter the trade. And
FOMO.
that is I just can't help myself when I see them starting to go up, because then it looks like it's bouncing. So I don't wait for confirmation. And that's where my problem is, that I'm not always 100% sure when what is confirmation? Is it confirmation on a 5-minute candle and I know for swing trading it's obviously different to the quick scalp or the day trading, the different levels for confirmation. But then that starts becoming blurry. Am I looking at because I always thought on the day chart and I look at that and then I say, okay, these are the levels. And then I sort of try and trade the 4-hour chart because that's, for the longer trades, for the few days trades. And then I'll like try and refine it. I've seldom look at the 15-minute, but sometimes I do, and then mainly the 5 minutes. So that's the 5-minute, the 4-hour, and the 1 day is what I'm mainly looking at. I mean, obviously I look at the other levels, but then I'm never sure what confirmation is of now it's time to enter. Because
well, when you say you're looking for a long, so if price is coming down, then there is going to be some kind of downtrend, which is the thing bringing the price down. Confirmation is when that trend starts to reverse. And typically, if someone's taking a 4-hour trade, they might be looking for a 15-minute reversal. And all that really is that you get a move to the upside, a move back to the down, which creates, a lower high, and sorry, a higher low, and then you get another move back to the upside that creates a higher high. So it's just showing that the trend is changing. And so a 1 minute confirmation on a 4-hour reversal is probably not really enough.
No.
5 minute, and the way price actually works is it will actually start with a 1 minute and then it becomes a 2 and it becomes a 3. So you can watch it from the lowest time frame you want, but there is a point at which realistically a 4-hour level is starting to reverse, and that could be, say, the 15-minute. Probably not so much the hourly. That's maybe waiting a little bit too long. But if you're looking at, say, a daily, you might be waiting for an hourly or a 4-hour change, to the same sort of thing. And it's not too different to like what you see on the screen here. We've come down, we've hit a level down here, which was a weekly level. This is the daily chart. We've gone to the upside. We've come down. We've laddered off the hold. We've come up. We've created a slightly higher high.
Oh, you busy? I can't see the chart.
Let's see.
What am I doing? Hang on. Let me just okay, sorry, I can see it now. I was being silly.
So you see that level there? We came down, we bounced off this down here, which was like a weekly.
Yeah.
And then you get an engulfment to the upside, comes back down, tests the ladder point, goes up, creates something slightly higher than the prior one. This is basically a daily trend starting to the upside off a weekly level. So that's confirmation, and that's quite big confirmation. Could have gone in probably much lower. So let's just see. But it does depend on kind of what risk you want to take, and also, why are you entering the trade in the first place? Like, you've got to have a reason that you actually were even long in that level. So now if we look at Sol, turn off all of this. So back here, we've got these weekly holds back here. If you'd waited for confirmation on this one, which was this wick right here, it would have been almost a bit too late. By the time you got that confirmation on the weekly, it's all the way up here. But how did that look on the lower time frame is the big question. So let's say this enters in down here, and you've got this target, which is 74 to 82. Get rid of this. And so let's say we're looking for a 1 hour confirmation, and this bounced pretty quickly. So we wicked down into the level, came back up, created this engulfment, came down and tested it, created this higher high. You could enter there on that level and you got confirmation. The problem is that in this case, you're also that close to the target. So you've lost all of that by waiting for an hourly confirmation. And you could.
See, that's where this whole thing gets to me is, yeah.
You could also wait.
How do you know?
Well,
I know you don't always know. Obviously, you will never know, but like necessarily. But I suppose it's also watching the charts. You know, you start. I mean, I've sort of got to the point where I know if a trade's going to work out. I can sort of be 90% sure, and then when I'm 90% sure, then 90% of the time it'll play out.
Yeah.
But I often take risky trades where I'm 55% sure, but I feel like I need to take the trade, and I suppose that's where the mistake is.
Yeah, and that's the straight off the bat. It's that feeling of you have to be in a trade. You've got to burn that somehow. I mean, you've got to get rid of that.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's clearly. I have stopped doing that to an extent. The other thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to accumulate, and I know this is not how you trade or Blue or most of the guys or people in the Fib Lab, but so for example, I'm doing research on metals and things like well, not only metals but helium. So helium is one of the most important gases for industry, and it's because of the Straits of Hormuz being closed, there's a shortage of that. There's a shortage of nitrogen, aluminium, and a couple of things. Then I buy those stocks. Now the problem is, for example, I'd been sitting in cash. So maybe this will give you an idea of what I'm doing wrong. So I've been in cash now for the last 2 months, where I'm in like 90% cash, and I've been making very small trades, on a daily basis. A couple of small trades, maybe 5 or 6, and then last week on Friday or week before, just before the S&P decided to do a massive nosedive that morning, I thought, okay, I'm going to buy some of the aluminium. I'm going to buy some of the the other things that I want to accumulate because of the war and the shortage that's going to ensue, and etc. And I went and I bought a whole lot of. In fact, I was in like 95%. I bought. So mostly there were no. And that day, 2 hours later, everything fell through its arse. So now I'm sitting, with a massive drawdown.
So what's the ticker for aluminium?
So let me open up. I'll tell you what. So now I've bought a whole lot of crap. Give me a second.
ALI?
Just go in there. No, it's a different. I've bought like some proxies and things. So I'm just going to go in there and maybe we can look at some. I was going to ask if you can maybe look at some of my trades. That'll be perfect. I just need to go in and get the actual tickers. Well, the one is triple U. Well, sorry, and one more.
One more U.
4 U's. Always a 3. Let me just check.
Energy Fuels.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I'll tell you what price I bought that at. I just got to go and look. I'll tell you when I bought it. Made quite a few. Okay, so I bought that on the 5th of June at 1590 Eastern time, sorry, at 10:44. So I wonder what that time was.
So 5th of June. This candle here.
Yeah.
I'm UTC, so what's that equal?
It's UTC -4.
Okay.
That help you?
So that's up here, right? Because that would
Yeah.
technically be the day before. So that
Yeah, it
would
was around yeah.
that would be this level, somewhere in this candle. So up
Yes.
around $17.
Bought it at 15.92.
Oh, so you must have got it in here or here. Yeah. Okay, so you got it about there. Okay. So
I'm looking at that now. I'm like, WTF.
yeah, it's not too bad. It's probably you're down inside here. So hit the break. Come back up inside the break. So if this candle can get out of the hold, it's likely to travel up to 1684 at a minimum sort of level. It's quite a way away from the trend on the weekly. There's probably some kind of daily support level in here. Actually, it's a closed candle, so you've got a daily reversal happening off 14. You've got a hold being created, and you've got a possible daily range. And from the looks of that, maybe a trend break. Looks like you've closed. Yeah, you've closed up over the 14.96 on the daily. So that minimum weekly level is kind of up there at about 16. The daily is probably going to go back to 1582, which doesn't really help you, but it probably gets you out if you just choose to get out. This move up to that level should happen. The trend break, I would definitely choose to get out when you hit that weekly level, if you do hit that weekly level, because this candle right here is going to be a potential backside rejection, and it's sitting right at that weekly level on the daily. So I'd be inclined to not try to push this beyond 16. Yeah, I wouldn't try to take it beyond 16.81, just in case it just hits that thing and then just takes another tumble. And
so, I mean, the chances of that getting to the minimum obligation, good or not?
Yeah, it's very good. Good.
So now I'm listening to all the noise. You know, I know you're supposed to, ignore the noise, but everyone has been on and on about, there's going to be a 15 to 20% market correction on the S&P, and I know it is coming, but now I'm getting so again, that is, the individual trade and then looking at the broader picture. So I get nervous when I'm sitting in big drawdowns like that, and how much of the macro do you take into consideration? I mean, that
0.
you just ignore it.
Yeah, I mean, I look at things like this. I look at.
So you let the chart tell you everything, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the chart says. The chart says we are in a monthly range trend hold rejection. we have a minimum level based on the hold candle. We were always going to go below, we're always going to go at least to 16, and then if we close below the wick of this candle, we're going to try to go to 13. So like that's what I would look at. And I'd be looking at this as a hold. I'd say that if we accumulate inside this hold, this trend wouldn't have existed at the time, so that wasn't there. So I would say, okay, cool, I'm going to long that level, and I'm going to TP at $24, so that would be my 19 to 24, and I'd get that in that bounce. If I don't know whether that went up or down first, so let's just hypothetically say it went up first and then down, and that wasn't my TP. When this candle came back in the hold and this range trend formed, I'd cut the trade here. Even though it did end up wicking through and hit the level and would have got the TP, I'd just be bye-bye, out of that, and take a smaller profit on it. Then I'd look at this and go, cool, we're under trend, and we've got this level down here, and I'd check to see, did they touch it? Did they not? And they didn't. So it's a bit of a warning sign when they get close to a level and don't touch it. But we've got 16 days to go in the month. The actual trade at this point is the short, which would be this hold, that trend above it, back down to that level. So now we're shorting 18 to 16. I'd TP there, and I wouldn't be in a trade anymore on the monthly. I'd take special note that we're potentially going to polarize that range trend, and the next time we touch it, it's going to tank. So, and particularly if we create that hold to the downside, and all of the macro stuff just doesn't.
Yeah, it's saying that it's going down.
Doesn't even remotely compute in my mind, because I just look at this and just go, this thing's screwed. So, and if we went back through all of this, or cheated and turned on this stuff, there's probably some other trend. What's this big red thing coming through here? Uh-oh. Oh, looky. There's probably some other trend. It's just giving it grief, which is that.
Yep.
So one of these candles broke a trend, which gave it a momentum to push to the upside. But the wick, let's see what the wick was like. So it's technically this one that broke the trend. And the problem is that the next candle opened underneath it. So because it opened underneath it, we rejected off it. And now it's searching for a hold, something to basically create the ladder point for the price. And whilst it can technically recover this hold, it's pretty unlikely because it's hard closed inside of it. What it's got to do is come down and find one down here. And so while the macro is sort of saying this thing's going to go up, the fact is it's rejecting off a monthly trend. It's created a monthly range trend, and the first thing it's got to do is break that range trend, and it's got to break that trend, and then it's got to get through this polarized hold level at the top here, because it's wicked up past the hold candle, and it's come back down again. So this level is a problem here at 23. Then if that monthly closes without touching that break level up there at 24, that becomes an origin rejection level. So, and that's why I struggle with everything I hear, because I hear stuff and then I look at a chart and I go, this doesn't say that.
And you don't see any of it.
No, and it makes you wonder how much of it, like totally conspiracy theory, but it makes you wonder how much of it you hear because that's kind of what they want you to hear.
No, definitely, all of it, for sure. So I'm just trying to, I don't want to be affected by anything. but I'm still learning. So now you still do need to listen to things because you're learning, and I don't have enough knowledge to say I'm going to do what I want to do. But am I making sense?
Yeah.
Because
I mean, I think the first thing is probably to do as much learning as you can just about price structure. There's once you
I just
kind of understand
need
that.
to listen to more of your videos. I mean, I have been listening. I went through a stage of listening to them constantly, but in the last 3 months, I've just had so much turmoil that and I'm coincidentally going to back to South Africa for a month, so I've got to get the farm ready. So I haven't been doing what I should be doing, and just like getting educated. So yeah, I should probably limit my trades until I more time, just getting more educated.
Yeah, and just even if you just pick up some of the basic, like the really basic stuff, just holds and trends and.
I mean, I've definitely got that. I mean, I've been listening to your stuff for years. So, and I also listened to as much as I could of old the cotton candy, but I just couldn't anymore. At some point. I spent many hours listening to it, and I learned a lot from him. But wow, I mean, there's a point where you just can't.
I keep falling asleep in my chair trying to learn that.
No, it's insane. I play it on he actually talks quite fast because even on 1.5 now he's talking too fast, but still saying the same thing 1,000 times, 10 different ways. So yeah, bit difficult.
Well, I mean, I personally, what I think you'd benefit from is just good old replay tool, TradingView.
I've done that a bit as well, but I haven't done it enough, that's for sure.
Pick a basic type of trade that you're going to take. If you want a suggestion for something, if you just want a long, if you want a suggestion, just go for a created origin and just the first hold that comes after it. Now that's a pretty safe bet to take along. So that would be something like, see this, oops, delete that.
So if I can ask you, I know we'll first finish your train of thought, and then I'll ask you.
So see this. Let's find one. Ooh, that's not. Okay. So this candle touches the break level. This candle touches the break level. This candle doesn't. It confirms the origin.
Hang on. Sorry. Which one confirms the origin?
This one here that doesn't touch the break.
Yes. Okay.
So you got your break, and this is the type of trade that you want to take, and you only want to take until you build your confidence up. You only want to take the absolute tiniest portion of it. Forget the fact that this was where the range was going to take off. Look at.
You see, and that's where I like have to, I feel like I've lost that. And I'm learning to, I mean, my FOMO has improved 1,000%, but it's still, I've got ADHD or whatever, everything else that possibly causes problems in life. So.
Well, this is what you want to practice. Just this candle touches that break level. This candle.
Okay, wait, I'm just trying to compute. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, this candle touches that break level.
Yes.
This candle is not touching that break level. Not yet. Okay. Wait for it to close. Okay. When that closes, fib this candle. along this 565 up to the 655, and you're done.
Okay.
That's what you
Yeah.
want to do. Now, the rest of that range could play out, but this first part almost certainly will.
I know
And
that definitely.
so,
I mean,
so
it definitely
yeah,
always plays out.
back test that
Um,
one, but under the specific scenario where it's the very first candle to get engulfed, and it can be engulfed by one, it can be engulfed by two, but it's just the very first or three, doesn't really matter as long as it gets engulfed. It's just that very first candle engulfed that at the same time corresponds with confirmation of the origin, or it's after, and then
would you mind putting on the origins, the levels?
yeah.
So I just wanted to that this ties into what I wanted to ask you.
There you go.
Okay, so I remember you told me about pure and non-pure, but I've forgotten now. What is the difference?
So pure is just a 2 candle range. It's kind of the highest time frame that can exist on, because
right.
anything higher than that would be 1 candle and it wouldn't be a range. So that's a pure one. I mean, there's that non-pure one in there as well, but at this stage, we're not really talking about trading origins, because you could do that. You could scalp these up to that hold. That's a different trade. But this is just kind of like the very beginning of a range forming. And the range is going to either form or it's going to fail, and that's all based on whether it closes over the 1618, but it's almost certainly going to at least go to the 1618 if there is this creation of an origin, then a hold, then that's the bounce you take. And so all you probably have to do is take the indicator and just set the alerts for origin creation across various timeframes, and once you get the origin, then you're just waiting for the hold. And once you got that origin, you could just you might already have the hold by that point, because like in this case, the same candle that engulfed this was the one that confirmed the origin. And then you're just taking that move. And
then, so what is the strength of the BACT there, that 4.09? What, I mean,
this, so that's a broken level that hasn't been retested. So this is,
that's also quite,
so the price is probably going to come back and hit that. So that's kind of why you just want to take that. That's the high probability part.
Yes.
Now you've now
so you obviously look how close that broken level is to. All right. Okay.
And so it's like I say, there's a 95% chance it's going to come back and hit that, and it got really close. It's probably coming back to hit that. When you go to create a range, it's not uncommon for you to come down into the front side here and actually accumulate before the range move really kicks off. So if you've just taken this trade and you're out of the trade, you don't have to think about drawdown. You don't have to think about anything really. You're done. And I think that's a 15% move. What is that? 14% minimum move. And that might be the trade. That could be the trade you take that month. Who knows? And you could just take it with spot. You don't need to take it with leverage. And watch what happens if you decide that you want to hold that.
Not doing leverage at this point.
See what happens? It builds a hold in the opposite direction. It's coming back. You're in drawdown. Look what just happened. We retested that broken level that had a 95% chance of us hitting. We're going to accumulate. And this range will probably play out, but it's just that one portion of it that you want right there.
Yeah, the drawdown it's not necessary. I mean, you can always re-enter.
Yeah. And so now that you've accumulated down inside the hold, and this is something else then for you to backtest. To begin with, what I think you should do is just origin, hold, scalp. Job done.
Yes.
Then start to notice what happens after it accumulates in the hold, exits the hold after a period of accumulation. See the volume that was coming in? That's
I
when
watch
it's
volume.
that's when it's
I mean,
going to take
I
off.
watch volume all the time.
So when once you've mastered this and you're comfortable and you can earn a living off that happily, then you can start looking at this stuff and what it's doing there. But all you
Because
need is
I go
that.
through phases of really getting it right, but just that type of But then I allow it to go into huge drawdowns and then freak out and close them.
Yeah.
And when I'm closing it, I say to myself, I know what's going to happen. I can guarantee you that it is going to bounce when I close it, and it always does. So
Yeah.
now I've stopped closing it when I want to,
Mhm.
because it's designed to do that.
Yeah.
That's what it's designed to do. So then I leave it and then it bounces. So I mean, I've learned a lot. I really want to get to a point where I've got to up my win rates and not be sucked into all the market emotions, which that's the most difficult part for me, because I think technically I am able to spot the trades a lot of the time, but it's the psychology behind it that's getting me each time, because I'm very impulsive. Sadly.
Post-it notes on your screen are quite good for that.
Yeah.
Just little things that is just they're right in your face.
Yep.
If you trade.
I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do that. I mean, I have improved substantially, but it's still my worst enemy is just being impulsive and also just being taking huge risks. I've always taken huge risks, and it's not ideal in trading.
No, and your risk has got to basically just be equal on every trade. If that was your move there and you made 15% on it, the risk that you taking that move, but that you can also like really work out your risk once you've actually done a lot of back testing on a strategy. That's because if you were to do 100 of these as examples on TradingView and you found that 100 of them actually played out, then you'd be a lot more comfortable taking that trade.
Yes,
and
it's self-doubt. That's also one of the things that loses you most money.
Yeah, well, people tend to be their worst enemy when it comes to trading. They close their positions when they shouldn't, they open them when they shouldn't, all that kind of stuff. But
so I mean, if you had to rate that entry of mine, that's not the worst. I mean, it obviously could have been a lot better, but it's not the worst, is it?
It's pretty scary from a monthly perspective. You're really relying on a 50% chance that break level there holds. You're kind of relying on the candle not coming down too much before the end of the month and getting on the wrong side of the trend to break the break level. And there's a couple other things in here that are very dangerous, and that's things like this level here at $9, which has not been retested. It's like all of these actually. Like, see how you got break untested, break untested, break untested, break untested. Everything down here has a 95% chance of getting hit. So I would definitely be taking the first opportunity you have to get out of that. And it's from a perspective of a weekly,
It's on the brink.
You probably can, but it does look like it might even open the weekly under the weekly trend, and that's a problem if it does that. So if you get the opportunity to get out of that, you want to get out of that.
Should I just close it? Do you think, or wait until it opens if it opens under the weekly, would it be a good idea to just close it?
Yeah, if it opens above the weekly, it's probably going to be okay to bounce back up into something like the retest of this level. So this level here has that same chance of being retested as these levels down here, but it's kind of going to come about based on where it actually opens. You could also create this origin down here, So you might end up with a weekly trade, exactly like what I just showed you, where this could open
Correct.
above this trend, go up and golf,
Yes.
create this origin, and
Yes.
then this could actually be a ladder point to then come up here and attack the
Yes.
weekly trend. So
Yeah.
you definitely have a chance of getting out of this. You actually have a chance of making money out of this, but it's
50-50.
it's 50-50 because of where it's sitting. This
Yeah.
is what the trolls do. they put it on the line. So,
Yeah. Yeah. But
hey,
okay,
Bitcoin
I've learned a shitload.
Bitcoin just went
What
in.
has it done?
It's 63.8 again. Yay.
There's another one that. Would you mind looking at it for me?
Yeah, sure.
It's TTAN.
Okay.
So I entered this thing. When did I enter it? On the 5th of June. This is where I decided to, just, buy everything randomly. 7:51 Eastern time. So at 84.93.
Ouch.
On the 5th of June. Yeah, so in that candle.
The there. At the
Yeah.
trend. Ouch. Okay, this one. This one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I tell you all about this one?
No, I mean, it's like I want to actually die when I see these things.
That's where you take profit. That's
So I was sitting in my car. I made these trades because, software was trending that day, and it was like, but all the software companies were like popping really badly.
Yep.
And so I didn't go and look at it on the weekly. I looked at it on the daily.
Yep.
So that is exactly, I see what the problem was.
So
if you went and looked at it on the daily, on as usual, the candles that are going up, up,
down.
Yep. So I bought it on the 5th of June. So, when it shot up.
Am I right in saying that opened there and went down, doesn't it? So there was that huge displacement between open and close.
Correct.
This is why I hate I hate stocks in some cases, because there's only really institutions that can take that price up there for open, because they've got to do that during pre-market.
That's why I bought it, because it was a pre-market move, because I bought it pre-market. It was a pre-market move, and I thought, well, if the institutions have taken it up that far pre-market, then it can only go higher when the market opens, because everyone's going to FOMO into it.
Whereas they took it straight into a break level pre-market and sold into everybody.
Yeah.
So.
Correct. And the other thing that happened is it was the day that the S&P fell through its arse, because there was some other bullshit story that Trump tweeted and whatever else, all that nonsense. So the S&P was flying, everything was going up, but this software was particularly going up, and I had a scanner that I saw the gone up and made that huge move up pre-market, and that was my thinking behind it, and that's why, again, I wasn't looking at the charts properly. I was looking at, I was using logic instead of the charts, I suppose. So I'm assuming that was my issue, where it's gone up, everyone's going to FOMO in.
The long-term, maybe long-term good news here is that you got a lot of untested levels up here, and broken and not retested. So there is a chance it goes up there. They've created these equal highs. There is a pretty good chance that if this thing doesn't lose this range, they'll go up and sweep that. So get the shorts to come in, the price coming down, and maybe go back up there. But that's a long shot.
Otherwise, it's going to go down to 56 and around there
Yeah,
probably.
otherwise it's going to come back down to the bottom of the range. So this is your front, middle, backside here. This bounce on the daily is the unsustainable bounce off the backside of the range. This is the bounce you never chase because it's the one that's actually going to come back most of the time, just about all the time. And that's exactly what it's doing. So this is designed to induce liquidity, which they are now taking, but they only take that because they might want to go up here and they need the liquidity to build the position. So it might end up getting up here.
But how do you know they want to go back up there?
Well, someone has to buy the sells. So all these people getting liquidated and all these people capitulating, they're selling. Someone's got to buy it. So they might not. Like, it is possible that it
but I mean,
loses this
obviously.
and keeps going down. This looks a little bit better from a daily, just like you've got a longer wick on the trend. So yes, it broke the trend. Yes, it's come down to this hold, but it's also exited the hold on the daily. So this is your possible level. So the trade for this thing is actually going to be, or was, this to this, 66 to 68. That was the minimum move on the daily. That candle may have already done it. It might have gone down and then up and then down again. And
now it's going to keep going down.
Well, maybe it might hold the trend. It has exited the hold, so it could ladder. This has to break these trends. Getting back up there that's tricky because it's got to get through everything.
It's a big ask.
Yeah, getting back up there is going to be hard. The monthly, you'd have to check this out, but just see. Yeah. So the monthly is this is kind of the second rejection of the backside over here. That was the first one. That's the second one. As long as it gets out of the hold on the monthly.
Bounce it back at least to the hold then or not, do you think? Like 76-ish. Good chance or...
Pretty hard for this to get back into the 80s, that's for sure. It might get back to the 76. It's got this range trend. And that's not going to be that's not going to be healthy. So if it gets to that range trend, gets over top of that range trend, this thing could shoot up. But if it doesn't, the more time it goes sideways, the steeper that gets, and then it becomes very hard for it to get back to your entry. So it's in a... The other thing would be if it closed up inside this candle at some point. Managed to close inside that, it would probably push up into this, and you'd actually get out in profits. You've got trends. So you got a trend here which could send it back up, maybe get to the hold, which at the same time would be wicking through that top trend to get to the hold. Hit that, reject. So I wouldn't say it's a complete goner, but it's pretty
Not
hard.
ideal.
Yeah, it's not ideal. If it stays down too low, stays inside this hole, opens on the underside of that trend, then it's probably going to go lower, hit the bottom of the hole, and eventually this thing one day will find its way through that trend and then start to
One day.
start to go up.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't know when that is. But
Yeah, you know, might be old and grey.
so the trades that you should have taken on this, if it's
Yep.
on this time
I
frame,
can really see them. Yeah.
would have been, so it technically would have been a short. Would have, so here, this one. So wicks the top of the break, comes down,
Yep.
confirms the origin.
Yes. That would have been a brilliant trade.
Down we go. That's the
Jeez.
and
Yeah.
the thing I'm suggesting to you is you would have only taken this move, just that little bit, and then you're out of the trade. You don't have nerves. You don't need to
safe.
worry about it.
Yeah.
You're done. Would it have come all the way down here? Probably.
Yep.
Down here.
No, I'm not too worried about that. I'm okay with that type of thing. I just need to get to the point that I'm doing those trades. I'm looking at the origins, the holds, the trends, and then thinking, well, you know, now on what time frame is it? And then I'm, you know, taking trades on the wrong time frames for what I'm trying to achieve. So I mean,
Yeah.
I guess the way you're looking at it is where I need to start. On the
And
I'm looking at the too low a time frame.
Yeah.
So I mean, the example that you've just shown me is I would never have taken that trade. You know, I'm busy working on logic and not what the charts are telling me, because the logic was, as I said, it's gapping up hugely on pre-market. FOMO is going to get people to buy and push it up a little bit higher, and I'm going to sell a little bit higher and then not worry about, you know, what the rest, what happens with it, because it will dump, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, they dumped it before they even pushed it up any further.
Yep. It's a very, very rigged game.
The other thing is I wasn't watching these trades because I was busy driving. So, you know,
Yeah.
why make trades when you're driving? I mean, you know, does it make sense to anyone? No. Especially when it's a moving stock that's busy gapping. I mean, you know, why would you make a trade? Anyway.
Well, the idea now is just to not do it. And
yeah, but that's the story of my life. Oh my goodness. I mean,
just find these simple ones. Just find these simple ones. And if you're going to keep trading stocks, definitely check the bigger time frames, because stocks, they've typically been around a long time. They normally are doing stuff on quite big time frames. So definitely check out your monthlies and your weeklies and that sort of stuff. And then, and if it's trending in a certain way, like if you looked at the monthly and see that it's trending down, then look for shorts. Yeah. And if you can see on a monthly that it's trending up, look for longs. But I just recommend that one type of trade, because that can get you out of the mess. They can save you, and it can generate you the income.
No, definitely. Yeah. I've got to find a way to consistently do them every day. I mean, my problem is trying to find the trades as well, the stocks to trade. I mean, I'll eventually figure that out. I've sort of got it right here and there. I'm just now entering the trades on the wrong time frame. So I think you've helped me see that. If I can ask you to just look at two more and then I'll let you go, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so this one, so I made two trades on the same day that I was doing I thought, well, if I buy proxies for SpaceX, then these, you know, my thoughts were they're going to go up on the back of SpaceX, which they did very briefly, and then, you know, for like a few hours, and then dumped. So the first one I did was Rocket Lab. So it's RKLB. I
Okay.
bought that at also on the 5th of June. Can you see the problem? Yeah. Anyway, at about so 114.87, and that was so about 10.42.
So it's in here. So on that day, what's that? So on the 5th of June, it closed back under that range trend and created a downwards hold. And it's currently stuck there.
Rest is history, yes.
Yeah.
I see.
Then people started to sell it off there because they keep going down. So, yeah, same thing really. It's in a downtrend, longing it into resistance. It does look like it's breaking some kind of interior trend, which would be this, but problem is when it's breaking it from a place where it can just hit that hold and go down again. So it's not and it also looks like it created filthy looking origin level right there. So broke straight into the origin, reject, created a hold. So this is the opposite again. This is one of those ones where you'd actually be shorting this hold, which is the first engulfment of the created origin, or you'd be shorting that hold, which kind of came just before it, but either of those two. Yeah, it's got nothing really in here until you get down here on the daily. It's got this backside over here, which so it could bounce off this, but they've created this hold now. So if they bounce off this, they don't really have to go any higher up than that hold, where they could hit the trend. It's kind of about it. So yeah, it would have a lot of levels down in here to do retests on. So it's probably not, yeah, broken, untested, everything down here.
Yep. So probably looking at around about 84. Or 80 at least.
Yeah, it'll come down very likely to one of these levels and either keep going and then maybe bounce, but if it's going to keep this range, it could come down as far as that sort of $80 area, accumulate down there, and then maybe try to reverse to go up. But it's yeah, it's got to get back up over top of that trend. It's now got this one.
Not looking good.
No, and it's got levels down there to retest at 70, and it's got this sort of base on it down here that a lot of people would probably feel that this is quite a comfortable place to have their stop losses. If they were to be chasing this pump to the upside, that's where they're going to have their stop losses and liquidations, and that's going to be down where all these retests are due. And it's gone through this trend, broken it at a distance. If it retests the trend on the next candle, it's back down there where it's taking that liquidity. So it might end up realistically coming all the way back down here again after that.
Yep.
And if it loses this level that's in here. So that's definitely in a downtrend. Yeah. So long term, I guess like anything, it could recover, but it's not going to recover until it basically finds something to keep the price sideways, which is minimum going to be in this
On
area.
there.
And
Yeah.
then it's got to go sideways through the trends, break the trends, and then it can sweep again. And that could get you back up into profits or break even. But
Yeah. I can see exactly. I mean, when you're in those levels, yeah, minimum of like 80-ish.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
when I look at stocks like this, if you don't want to short, then
Yeah.
all you really can do is wait for it to come back down to something that it could bounce off, like
Yes.
down here.
Okay.
Everything else that this is up to right now is just a short.
Okay. Yeah, I can actually see it as I'm looking at this chart. Yeah, you see, that's the problem is I'm just not looking at the high enough time frames.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and also now in my head, I'm thinking, proxy for SpaceX. And it was in profit for a while. I mean, if you have a look at the candle from the day before,
Mm.
I should have just got out.
Yeah. And I think, and I'm sure there's people out there that would completely disagree with me, but I just can't see charts really following fundamental rules. They seem to follow rules that induce and take liquidity and transfer wealth from
Of
one party
course.
and one
Yes,
party one party to another.
from me to other people. Yeah, I know.
And they do it by structure. Like, even if I don't watch news, I see a pump like this, and if I wasn't more disciplined about it, I would think, oh great, I should buy this, it's going up. But
That's exactly what
you know,
my problem is. And I know exactly what you're telling me now. I know that, and that's the sad part.
and it really doesn't help if there's a whole bunch of people out there going on about how it's going to be awesome and it's going to do this or that or the next thing,
Of course.
and then people might hear that and then see that pump and then think, oh yeah, cool, let's buy it.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
it's
I managed to restrain myself from getting caught up in the SpaceX, trying to buy that, trying to do, but so I'm thinking, well, let me be clever and buy the proxies,
yeah.
Realistically, I knew it was a 50-50, so I suppose you don't take trades that are 50-50.
No. And even if you say bought here, that went down 48% before it went up.
Yeah.
Then it
Yep.
retraced
I mean,
probably.
there's huge draw. I've been watching this for ages, all these things for a long time. They've got huge moves
huge
and so
moves.
much volatility. I mean, the
Yeah.
volatility is insane. It's like crypto. It's worse, actually,
Yeah.
some of them. I mean, silver is worse than flipping,
Yeah.
Sol.
I mean,
Or
I can see how you can trade these and make money.
yeah,
But you just got to pick the.
have discipline.
Yeah, it's got to pick the entries.
Yeah.
Find the.
They're quite predictable. They're very predictable when you're disciplined enough to wait for the right entries.
Yeah.
They are actually quite predictable. They bounce off the levels. They really do.
Mm.
But now I'm trying to be clever and think buy proxies. I mean, yeah, 50-50. So let's do it. But what I should say is 50-50. No, it's not worth the risk.
Even that one went. It sort of went down into drawdown before it went back up.
Yeah, look, I mean,
yeah, I suppose. I mean, there's a few trades you can take on this 3-4% in some of the small ones, and
I mean, that's all you need, actually, consistently.
But you can definitely see that they utilize this to for the institutional gain. I mean, you got all this area through here where they're basically just providing kind of like a fake base
Yeah.
to then just sweep it and then go up. So
Yeah, if you go and have a look, let me show you something that I noticed that was very interesting. Go to the silver chart. It's SILVER, just spelled silver. And if you go and have a look at 10 o'clock, every single day at 10 o'clock, the volume spikes up massively. It was a while ago when I was watching Silver. I haven't watched it for a while, but at 10 o'clock Eastern time, there's huge volume every time at exactly 10 o'clock. I haven't looked at it for a while. It was I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know,
spike.
I mean, literally. You know when it was when silver was running up to $120 for that period, for that month or couple of months, every day at 10 o'clock exactly, there was a huge buy, a massive buy. It was insane. Like clockwork. And you think, yeah, this whole game's rigged. I mean, it is so rigged, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ranging. Liquidate, pump.
Yep.
Sell off.
Yeah.
Liquidate, pump.
I mean, literally, you could with stocks is wait for the sell-off. When it starts, the trend starts reversing, you buy. It will go up. I mean, 99% of the times for at least a 2% move. But literally, yeah, at that period, the last few like the monthly candles at 10 o'clock in the morning, there was massive volume spikes, but like massively more than any of the others on the daily. It was unbelievable.
Now it's starting to ladder down again.
Yeah.
We're going to come back and retest these lower levels. Pretty good confidence there.
Of course, on the same day that I bought like a million other things, I also bought silver. So I'm the lucky owner of silver at let's have a look. It was also bouncing when I bought it, just before that whole sell-off on the S&P. It was actually following the stocks. So
please tell me it's less than 71.
No, I think it's about. I'm trying to look now. Yes, I'm going to have to go and commit harikiri after this call. Just see where it is. Hang on, I'll go and look here. I bought SLV, so not. Yeah. So if you go and have a look at SLV, it's the ETF. At 60, I bought it at 66.88.
Yeah, you might get out of that if it comes back up and test that. So where's the trend? It's close.
Not looking good.
It's going to create a hold. Maybe around
so it might bounce
65.
to the hold it's creating.
Yeah, it may do. It's gone back under the trend and it doesn't have. Yeah, it's going to break an interior trend, but not an exterior, so there's not going to be trend support on the bottom of that wick. So it's not really anything to
hold it up.
No, it's got prior broken trends down here to retest. It's got $46 as a level to retest. This
Yeah, look,
point,
I know it's definitely going to go down to the bottom levels. I knew that for a fact when I bought it, but I thought it was going to bounce up a little bit
I mean, it might. It might.
before
But
it goes down because I was, yeah.
It's got to do it on the weekly. So if the weekly will open from the looks of this on the other side of the trend, so that's potentially a saving grace. It could then push up to this weekly hold. So if it goes up to 66 or 65, it's probably a pretty good idea to get out at that point. So that's it.
Yeah, I'm going to get out as soon as it does. It's anywhere near there.
Because crossing across that trend at least gives it that sort of room to expand. So you might get out of that on the weekly, and then if that weekly rejects, it'll put a nail in the coffin of the monthly by the end of the month.
Oh yeah. No, I mean then it's going to fall right down to those bottom levels there. And I mean obviously it's going to happen sooner rather than later. But I was anticipating a small bounce, which I was hopefully going to trade, which didn't work out at this point.
Yeah, then you could look to get into it again around $48 if you actually wanted to.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was
Take a
looking
trade on
at,
it.
or like between 45 and 48 around there.
Yep, down in there.
Yeah.
Here, yeah, if it gets across the trend, use it as a chance to get out. But if it creates a hold in a ladder point and turns that break into an origin, then you could potentially then re-enter.
Get a much bigger bounce. Yeah.
You could take a scalp off it, So
yeah.
At this stage, it's probably more a case of capital preservation. Try to get out if it goes up.
Now will definitely.
And yeah, and then if it does form some structure and the trend starts to reverse, then look, take a trade then. And don't
yeah,
bother
my timing's not great. I mean, I can see the levels normally, on a basic level, enough to not lose huge trades, but it's my timing that's just completely wrong because I don't have the discipline to wait for the thing.
Yeah.
So I guess that's.
I mean, lower time frames quite often works on things like crypto, but stocks, there's so many big. Silver's been around a long time. Even a monthly or a weekly time frame's probably quite small for silver, So
yeah,
that's. But yeah, I think
Can I ask you to? Can I ask you to have a look at the last one for me, please? RDW. This was one of the proxies as well, which is now. I mean, this is not looking good for me. Entered on the 4th of June, and the price I entered at was 1941.
Ouch.
Yes, thank you.
You longed straight into a weekly rejection from the wrong side of trend. That's gonna hurt. That's that.
It is, yeah.
The good news is that the minimum level.
It's due for a possible.
The good news is the minimum level that
around about here
might get to and bounce off is about here. So that.
So looking more likely to do the 1185, 1230 more likely.
Yeah. So these two big candles, big obnoxious pump candles, they're the backside bounce off this range.
Yeah.
So if it's gonna keep coming down to the front side, it's gonna come down to this sort of 11
Yeah.
to 10 sort of dollar
Yeah.
area down in here, where it's going to run into the
Also,
trend and potentially bounce. But it could have another bounce off that. So it hasn't
it's going
touched.
to have a massive bounce though. I mean,
Yeah,
you know, again, what's the likelihood of it bouncing to?
yeah. In this week, because this is going to open a new candle, if it does bounce, it might go back to that 1744,
Yeah.
which is just the prior broken trend that it's failed to find support on. It could go back up to the hold. There's nothing to stop that. If it goes back into that hole, get out, because this is just
Oh,
bouncing.
definitely. I'm waiting to get out of all my brilliant little trades.
And eek.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of up, down.
So if we have can we have a look at it on the daily, and just go to the 5th?
Yep, there.
Yeah.
Daily
So
hold.
19. Yeah.
So there wasn't a daily hold on the 5th, but it created one on the 5th when it closed down. So that would have been just like I should get out of this trade type thing. Especially when you look at what you've got physically here. You've got 1, 2, 3 candles. So when this one engulfed all 3, and this is the top, yeah. So this one's the top of this range, so that's actually a whole
I
candle.
was waiting for the proxy play to play out, you know,
Yeah,
instead of looking at the charts.
and chart said down, so
Yeah.
price go down.
Yeah.
And then you got to bounce off this. So there's the trades. This little backside bounce here. What percent that was, but
Yeah, looks like it's chip sailed or
it's 10%. So yeah, that's not exactly
oh,
the
you see,
trade that I've told you to look for, but that's a really high probability trade because you got this backside
yeah,
candle
I
here,
see
front
what you're
side there.
saying.
You take that one.
See what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thing is, you've got to be on the charts now. I'm trying to make trades when I'm running around, not sitting in front of the computer trying to get ready to go on a trip. And I mean, you can't trade like that
Nah.
and have trades open. So yeah, it's just not going to work. Because now, if I'd taken that trade, I could have made up for some of the downside.
Yeah, you would have if you'd averaged in on this thing and got that
Yes,
bounce.
correct.
You'd be pretty close to your break even being down here now.
Yes.
And that would have given you, I guess, an earlier exit.
Opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just
But
learned something quite huge from that. Now,
also
you
just
said there.
hedging. When the
Yes.
moment this closed down,
Yes, I
you
should
could have
have.
just exited
Okay.
and taken the loss, or you could have hedged it. And then
Yep.
when it hits this bounce, you undo the hedge, and then it comes back up.
Yep.
Redo the hedge, comes back down. Wait for your next bounce, undo the hedge, comes back up. By the time you've done that, your 2 hedges and the movement and the price have actually meant that you can now just close the position at a loss. You would have made the money off the hedges.
Yes. Oh, okay. I mean, I've forgotten about that. I mean, I do it from time to time, but I mean, I wasn't even looking at the charts. So yeah, perfect way to lose all your money.
Yeah, a bit of forced paid education. Ouch.
Yep.
Thing is,
well, yeah, certainly.
It's probably not like this is going to go to zero. I mean, it's
no.
If you look at it, it's just following the same sort of patterns it always has. It's pumped, it's liquidated people, it's pumped, it's going to liquidate people, and it's probably going to pump again, at some point.
Yeah.
So they'll just keep doing that until people stop buying it. So.
Yep.
So. And that
Yeah.
hold, if it exits that hold, it'll come back up to that one. So you still got the chance to get out of there.
Do you still actively day trade, or do you just do bigger swing positions, or what are you currently doing?
No, I still actively day trade. I'm not really doing any big longs or anything at the moment. Don't really have any big positions open at all.
So you're just scalping?
Yeah, we're just sitting on a cliff, so it's better just to scalp. I think I made my target today in one little 4-hour move that was kind of a swing scalp. I just opened it because we opened in between a trend and a hold. It was going to hit the trend. It was just a case of, does it go to the hold then the trend, or does it go to the trend and then go to the hold? So I just opened it in the middle and TP'd at the trend, and that was all over and done with in the first hour or two of the
Yeah.
day. And then
Oh, wow.
after that, I've just been on a live stream waiting for something worth
to happen.
A move to actually happen that's worth something, and it's not really doing enough. So we'll wait and see what happens tomorrow.
I don't know. I've been enjoying stocks. I have enjoyed trading them more than crypto at this point. But
I think I'll enjoy them when they go 24/7.
yes,
I like the idea of trading something that's a real company. I'm still going to ignore every single thing to do with the fundamentals and the news, but and I'm just gonna take that whole candle and long it, and short that one. But it's, I just I sort of like the idea that they're probably going to be around for a bit longer because there's so much big institutional money behind them, and they're a great vehicle for wealth transfer, and they have been for
definitely
100 years or whatever. So it's
yeah.
I like all that, but I do struggle with the fact that from a structure perspective that they can move them so much in between tradable hours that kind of sets you up to fail, or it sets you up to be waiting for a trade that you just never get because the entire thing happens.
There's a lot of that happens after hours, or I mean, but technically you can trade now until 8 o'clock at night, and then from 4 o'clock in the morning. So I mean, the window of non-trading is very
shrinking,
a lot smaller. So
I think CME is going 24/7, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, except for over the weekend.
Oh, okay. 24/5.
I think it stops. Yeah, I think it stops at about 5 o'clock on a Friday, and then starts at 5 or 6 on a Friday, and then starts at 6 o'clock on a Sunday. So I mean, it's close to 24/7, but yeah.
Oh well, maybe one day I'll get convinced, but until then, just.
Well, you don't need to really worry about stocks at this point. I mean, you've got the crypto down, so.
Yeah.
And how are you finding since you went live with the Fib Lab? I mean, have you been really busy, or?
Yeah, just busy, basically building. It's actually, if you're sitting there waiting for an entry, it gives you something to do. It's a bit taxing on the old brain because you just sort of, you find new things, and then the rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper and deeper.
Oh, I know. I mean, the rabbit hole is never ending, which is, I suppose, fun in a sense. But sometimes the brain fry that ensues.
Yeah, I usually just take brain breaks and go sit on the couch and do something mind numbing, and then come back. But it's definitely. The tools are awesome. They do make life so much faster, so much easier.
They are very awesome, I must say. I've just got to, at the moment, I'm not even, making them pay for me. So I need to start, upping my game. But they are really, really awesome. They really are. And I've learned a massive amount from you. So thank you very much.
No worries.
I really appreciate it.
Cool. All good. All right. What's next?
Yeah, so I'll let you go, and thanks again for your time.
No worries. Catch you later.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
going on? Yeah, Jane Street stopped selling Bitcoin at 10 a.m. and now they're selling everything else. Probably. Where did they get all that Bitcoin to sell in the first place? How dare someone give it to them? How are we looking, Blue? You awake? Yeah. Gotta bounce soon. Girlfriend? Camel? What sounds do camels make? Yeah, I'm really slipping down in my chair, eh? We did say 24 hours though. Oof. We'll get to 21, 40. God. Yeah. Could just ramble. Plenty of rambling to do. I'm so looking forward to sleeping. Yes. Highly bounce. Holds conspiracies. Tin hats. Yeah, definitely doing the whole guest through Discord stream through YouTube thing. That helps. PPL. Let's have a look. PYL. Paper. It's like the one thing that's not all pumped up for once. That's interesting. Nice. Hey, something that actually looks all right. So just daily, it's bouncing a hold. It's created a bouncing a hold. So it's creating a hold. So we're gonna try to get up there and head up to that trend. See if we can get through that trend. So it's basically at the absolute bottom end of the laddering. So if If this hold back here doesn't hold, then it's going to have to come down and test the origin. If it tests the origin, it could technically break the range, but looks pretty good so far. If you bought it down here, you just hold it and see how it goes when it gets to the trend. That's daily. Let's see what the weekly looks like. So weekly is not a disaster. Looks like it's going to open over the top side of the trend, but it doesn't really have much of a reason to be bouncing there. So there's got to be something that's bouncing off. Oh, hello. So it might have gone back into that. Something bigger in there as well. I mean, risk to reward of buying it here is probably one of the better places you could buy it. Yeah, so it's managed to get bounced off that old weekly hold. Looks like it's already bounced before, so but if it breaks the trend and manages to creep its way back up here and get through that hold, then not so bad. If it doesn't, probably just take your first profits when it gets up there and wait and see. Keep an eye on that monthly. If that doesn't get back up inside there, be a pretty good reason to exit if it opens in between those two trends. It's kind of under the range trend too. So yeah, keep an eye on the monthly. HRL. That's having a relatively strong bounce up through the trends on the monthly there. So if it stays up there for the rest of the month above that prior broken trend, and if it creates a range here, and if these lower break levels, if they turn into origins, then that could start to range up. It's got good confluence with the excuse me, with the top origin there. So that doesn't look too bad. Looks like it's kind of prepping for some kind of monthly trend break, and it's not the first one. Yeah. So yeah, see if it closes inside the hold, stays above the trend, creates an origin, and if it does, it's probably gonna maybe even come up here. into that level. That looks better than the others. Yeah, and even the weekly, it's just sitting on the weekly trend at the moment. Looks like it could open over the other side of the weekly trend, which might give it what it needs to push up through the hold. It's got that first touch rejection possibility there at 25. Hard closing the level down here. So if it doesn't hard close the weekly trend, it could have a bit of a dip back through. But if that next week sneaks up over that level, it's going to pop. Plenty of things to do to the upside for retests. So yeah, monthly looks good. Weekly looks all right. Daily's poking through the trend. Kind of needs one more good day. Just above the break. Good start. Some kind of big volume in there. Not a very big candle. Plenty of resistance up here. So really that's the level to beat. If it does, big air gap. Good morning. And it really is. All right. I'm going to go to sleep. Then we're all done. I'm going to cut this an hour earlier. Sleep for the rest of the day. We'll rename it later. 23-hour live stream. Thanks. All right. Good night, everybody. We'll, catch you again. Daily update. I'll be snoring through the daily update. I might be awake by then. Who knows? No. Good night.